The beautiful Mount Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Northern Cyprus is the site for the Super High Roller Series Europe 25,000 No Limit Hold'em. We're here for event number 3. And what a beautiful sight it is. The final 9 players there. Danny Tang leading the field as we look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful morning, evening, wherever you might be in the world. We're going to play down to a champion today. Brent, how are you? Good morning to you. Good day of poker. Phil Ivey almost made the final table. Steven Shidwick almost made the final table, but we have a heck of a final 9, headlined by Danny Tang with 1.88 million chips.
Almost doesn't quite cut it here, Tuck. You got to make the final table if you want to start collecting the biscuits and all the gravy up top. $432,000 first place today. Tuck, put the top down. Let's drive along the coast of Northern Cyprus right outside the Merit Hotel Casino. The Cadillac of poker has returned. We're going to play a little no limit today, baby.
Yeah, we are. I am ready to drive off the cliff with you, my friends. All 9 players guaranteed $64,000.
I know.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. There's a look at Daniel DeVoris, Jason Good, Matthias Eibinger. All headlining this final table. Our final 9 are here. We'll get to know all of these players in short order. As Brent mentioned, $432,000 up top. 10 places were paid. Surzat Husu did cash, but was our final table bubble boy. We had 64 entries in this one. Average stack right now, just under 900,000. Marius Gersa raising the 50,000. There's a look at him.
Yeah, we know he's got 1 queen. I can't imagine the other card under the hood is some sort of napkin. Queen, Jack, King, Queen. How about a couple of queens? We'll
I think all of that works. And you know what? He doesn't need another card. How about just 1 card he's going to do it? That's how good this guy is. Gersa comes into this final table as our short stack with just 405,000 chips. And he's got, at minimum, top pair. Again, don't know what his other card is. Now we don't know anything. He's going to bet 35,000 into 140,000. Tang with middle pair.
The Tang a little twisted up at the moment. You can't do anything about it. Come along for the ride. Certainly going to lose 35,000 at the moment. Try to improve.
I want to say hi to all of you in the chat.
What's the
We'll
Pellegrino?
I dig it. Yeah,
Up by a lot.
Slamming it all the time.
Yeah.
We'll be here all day long.
I
hope you will as well.
And then I had it, like I had a bottle of each, and this is just like clearly better. Where's this from? Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff you'll hear all day. What's better? What's a better bubbly water? San Pellegrino or fill in the blank?
130.
Not the kind of bubbly that I enjoy, Tuck.
No?
Ah.
I do wish the bottles were a little bigger, though.
Gersa, a little girth here on the turn. He sizes it up, 130.
I did the thing where I swallowed.
Nice fold there from Tang on what is a relatively wet board. Queen 10 with 2 diamonds out there. And Gersa, our short stack, strikes first. Hand number 1 goes to that man right there.
Oh, yeah.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here in Northern Cyprus. We're not actually there, but the players are, and it is gorgeous at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. 432,000 up top.
A moment, we're back. We're back.
For a second there.
George
I was never worried.
Online phenom known as Zero Human Zero. It once considered, perhaps still considered, the top player out of Romania. Plays the biggest stakes.
Romania, somewhat of a hidden hotbed for poker. You got a lot of good poker players coming out of there.
It's just so ridiculous.
Gersa
You know
gonna
that,
raise again, and this time
You know Hasbulla?
get
That,
no
like, little guy?
Yeah, he's awesome.
Dude,
callers.
I was like playing poker with him.
Nice little
And
start for
like,
Gersa.
was
Now
he
up to
smacking
600,000
everybody?
with
And
a
I
short
started
stack coming in.
taking, and he got like on the table and started like trying to like flip over my cards. And I'm like, trying to fight him off.
It just seems like something that could
Yeah,
happen.
dude.
Daniel DeVoris right across from the dealer. He's a talkative fella. I'm a fan. Jason Kuhn right on his left. Good friends. Not sure, as much as I like Jason Kuhn, I'm not sure I want him on my left, though.
I didn't get one. Where?
I don't think Kuhn wants Officer Ibengar to his left
That's fine,
either.
thank you.
I mean, that's the story, right? You look to your left, you look to your right, and you're like, where's the easy money?
Hard to come by here. Super high roller Cyprus.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about that.
You're gonna stay in Madrid for like a month, would you?
Yeah.
Are you getting like an Airbnb or just?
Yeah, apartment.
Sinan Unlu started today with 645,000 chips. He's going to make it 55K with Queen Jack.
He needs his own room.
Ignat,
Kind of part of
as
it.
you mentioned, 0 Human 0 online. Making the call.
So
He still sleeps like 14
Bottom left
hours.
corner of your screen, you'll see how many chips they have.
Yeah,
You'll see their beautiful picture. What percentage of the time they'll win the pot if it goes to showdown. As we look at this jack high flop, and Unlu has flopped top pair. He's got the queen of spades as well.
He went to a birthday party yesterday. and we're
Favorable
sharing our
for
same
Unlu.
with him. It's just like,
Very comforting
he's
whenever
just
we
now,
do
like,
flop
figuring
top
out
pair,
how to
relatively
do it. It's
short.
all, like sucking at first.
Got a
Right.
gut
Just
shot to
giving
go
to him,
along
he's
with
just
it.
like, I forgot how to stop. It's really funny.
So yesterday we talked about the PGT Tour and the standings and Phil Ivey's rise. After the last, say, week or so of poker, he went into the top 10, and yesterday he went into the top 5. Currently third in the standings. The leader in the clubhouse right now is Ali
Got a
Imserovic,
lot of hair, that little.
He does.
who is going to add to that lead with another final table here.
And Ali just on fire. 2021 PGT Player of the
Callum.
Year, where he decimated
Yeah,
the
you-
field, the competition. And
For some reason,
again,
I thought it was Caleb.
on top of the
Oh,
leaderboard
Callum.
here in 2022, he's got 4 wins
heard a
to
couple
go
people
along with
say
14
Caleb
cashes,
in
as well
West
as
Virginia?
$2.3 million
No, that's not a, I'm
in
legitimately
earnings.
asking.
No, West Virginia, I feel like everything's.
As you mentioned, Tuck, Ivy, he has snuck up onto the podium.
everything has a
He
draw
is
to
right
it.
behind Ali. About
never
150
hear the
points
A
away
sound
from
in
being in
West
first
Virginia.
place for Ivy. Now, keep in
I had
mind
it backwards.
as well,
Yeah, no, very, very country.
I mentioned
Everything
Ali
would
has
be
14 cashes
super
and
off.
4 wins.
No
Phil
bother.
Ivy's resume, he has 1 win with
Right,
only
right.
4 cashes. That goes to show you exactly how big these tournaments were that Phil Ivey final tabled here at Triton and as well as the Super High Roller Series event. Finishing second yesterday to Makita the Milkman Bodzakuski in short deck.
Yeah, Ivy, our Super High Roller Series Europe leader in the clubhouse as well. He is in first with 1,341 points. Nobody else even close. Nemeth, who's at this final table, with 700. But yeah, to your point, Ivy with 2.2 million in winnings. The next player is just over the 7-figure mark at 1.1 million. Yeah, we've had a lot of Phil Ivey this week so far. This is day 3, event 3, $25,000. No limit hold'em. The Cadillac of poker is here. Battle of the Tens. And Nemeth with the ace. Gersa with the king on this 7-5-5 board.
Gersa getting after it. I like this kid already. First time I think you and I have had the opportunity to cover him. Chomping away at the gum. He's going to keep fighting with the old King 10 high.
Well, he's going to have a tough time now as Nemeth hits his ace. I think Gersa might have had a good shot at this one had both players just missed this. You know, to your point from yesterday, you know, we talk about ICM and Gersa as the short stack has a little bit more leeway to kind of fight, right?
Yeah, he's going to – you could be dangerous in that regard. You know, you're capable of throwing haymakers. You're unafraid, really, of going broke. You understand you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You're at the bottom of the payouts. Be a little bit wilder than the rest.
Well, there's a look at him. Let us know where you're watching the show from. I see you in the chat. Thomas, Fish Cakes, Ball Till We Fall is here again once again. Ivan, coming off. Alexandria 369. We had 64 entries. Thomas S, what's going on? What's up, Limper? There's a look at our chip leader.
Tang of limping?
No, most definitely not. I'm not sure if he's limped since 2016. Maybe heads up for maybe heads up when they're about 31 big blinds deep. But
yeah,
I was watching UFC.
Nemeth raising with the Ducks.
Oh yeah, couple of mallards. Let them fly. Let them soar.
Master Cyrus is in Oklahoma, USA. Scottsdale. Oh, good morning. Wow. That's we appreciate you getting up this early for us. Danny DeVoris with the King Queen. And DeVoris with the overcards and the gut shot. Might figure out a way to win this one.
This is the difficulty for Andras Nemeth. Extraordinary player. But when you open these little baby pairs like 2s, 3s, 4s, any flop that doesn't contain your card, you're susceptible. You're at risk. Now, clearly we can see he's still a favorite. But if DeVoris does apply any sort of pressure whatsoever, Nemeth would simply just be guessing with this little baby pair. Both players content to go to showdown. There it is. He's collecting a little duckling on the river.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you hit that, and this is a pretty clean run out. I mean, you get the check. Obviously, DeVoris would have won this with any paint. Couldn't collect that, and Nemeth was already good. DeVoris never took a shot at it.
He's thinking things through, wondering what sort of hand would Nemeth have opened and checked all 3 streets, or at least 2 of the 3 streets. It looks a lot like ace high. Could it be some of these smaller pairs? 2s certainly would make sense.
Well, that's the question I have for you as well. If Nemeth doesn't hit a deuce here, and as we see DeVoris fold, if Nemeth doesn't hit a deuce, is there a chance that he could play 4s the same way or 6s the same way and yet bet for value on the river with a hand like that to try to get value from a weak ace?
It's possible. You know, 6 is clearly much stronger, pending the texture, the run out. You can certainly find an inkling of value from time to time. 2s, 3s, 4s, you're just so susceptible. You're so at risk. When your opponent does call you from the big blind, able to connect with any pair, range is pretty wide open. You're just hoping to get lucky, get the showdown.
It certainly makes sense.
Raise 55.
Zervich lets it go.
What are you playing, please? I can't see the shop box in the way.
675.
Thank you.
More.
Okay, thank you.
Tang asking for a count as we see Unlu raise it up with King Queen. Tang possibly thinking of a 3-bet, but wants to know if he's committed or not. And And clearly he would not be. Unlu with 670,000 behind, Tang with 1.8 million, and Tang's just going to pick a better spot. Norok Moldov says Nemeth and Ignat are beasts. Yeah, I mean, who at this table is not a beast? But good shout on that one. Leon is up early. And
again with the cash games, and Nemeth known for online tournaments. I mean, Andras Nemeth is an absolute superstar. He flew under the radar for a little bit of time before eventually his name, his recognition came to the surface as one of the, if not the most winningest tournament player ever in online poker, which is astonishing considering the Chris Mormons of the world, the Nicholas Aztets of the world. This kid, Andras Nemeth, is incredible. I believe his name is Bondika Burrs online.
I appreciate that too. I mean, somebody flying under the radar, either anonymous by choice or just by accident, whether it be either way. But eventually they find out who you are if you're that good, and that is certainly the case. Eric Cheng is up late in Las Vegas. Oh, hey, we've been in there. I would say that in my lifetime, if I'm up at 4 in the morning, it is far more often as a poker player that I have been up all night and not just waking up.
He says he's up late in Las Vegas. I am also in Las Vegas. I consider this up early.
Well, yeah. Well, for you and I, this is up early nowadays. But let's be straight. There was a time in our lives where 4:17 in the morning was up late.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not sure I'll ever see that time again.
Not sure I want to. You know what they say? Nothing good happens after 2 in the morning, right? Nemeth's going to raise.
Is that what they say? Seems very truthful. Yeah, Nemeth. What a great little fold there by Kuhn. Didn't even really consider ace-10 off with a 3-bet. Just flicks it in.
He's done the work. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why we play with a shot clock. Players have 30 seconds tacked on their hand, but as you notice, most of these players need about 7 seconds to make a decision or less. They've already made it. And I think a lot of that is because they put the work in.
Pull over with him or I playing a single hand.
I don't want to say they're like computers and they're automated, but you know, they know what to do in certain spots based on what's going on. And obviously they'll they'll change it up once in a while if they get a read or something along those lines. But you know, Jason Kuhn, we talked about it yesterday, the day before. He's put the work in. He knows.
Yeah, and as ICM is concerned, no one is really going to be more well-studied on final table ICM than Jason Kuhn, and as well as Ali Imshurovich. These guys understand all of these spots. They're going to stay out of harm's way. You'll see them employ the ICM sort of strategies to perfection. Have to imagine Officer Matthias Eivanger here in the road cone orange hoodie. Also very well studied on ICM. I think you have to be when you put yourself out there as a coach and you have a training site on your hoodie. You better be well studied at ICM.
Well, as a professional poker player, as a professional tournament poker player, I would find it hard to believe that you'd be very successful if you were not well studied in that. And you certainly expect all these players here at the Super High Roller Series Europe to be just that. Danny Tang, our chip leader.
Tuck, you say that, but yet a lot of these high rollers, yes, they run the sims. That they're living with the solvers. Constantly running spots. But as far as ICM consideration and what's optimal and what's not optimal when they reach final tables, you'd be surprised at how many of them really haven't put in much work.
Really?
A great example, and I'm sure he wouldn't be upset with me saying this. He said it on air numerous times. Jeremy Osmus, great example. He doesn't really understand all of the ICM scenarios and implications at place. It's sort of a gut and a feel. You understand where you're at with chip counts. but the intuition, the decision making isn't 100% in all of the spots. Whereas for this kid right here, the Bosnian bandit, Ali Amshurovich, I'm telling you right now, he will not miss a spot.
Well, he's certainly not going to miss this one. Tang opens with King Queen, Amshurovich all in
75, yeah.
with Ace King.
Or, no, 790. 790.
90.
That makes sense.
Tang
Really?
has a brutal hand to consider folding. King Queen suited, but again, Ali is just always going to be towards the top of his range here.
Oh, sorry.
Never getting it in light. I don't even think he'd show up with Ace-Jack here. Ace-10 would certainly not be considered. We already saw Kuhn instantly throw that hand into the muck.
I mean, does he have bluffs in his range in this spot, though?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I really don't.
So
I think
no
it's going
need
to be just
no
straight
need to be
value.
balanced. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great fold. Very disciplined fold with King Queen suited for Tang. That is painful to make in the moment.
Speaking of ICM, we saw that on display yesterday. Players just, you know, falling by the wayside in short deck at our final table. That was event number 2, which eventually went to the milkman, Mikita Bodziakowski. And he came in as the chip leader, and it was almost always a race for second place. And Jason Kuhn was just putting on a masterclass, just watching everybody else. He was just watching the rundowns, watching the all-ins, and just collecting a bigger paycheck before eventually getting it in with the nuts and getting a brutal beat to be knocked out in third place. Phil Ivey eventually finished in second in that one. But there was a point in that at that final table with 3 players left where Ivey called up with Ace-King, and he checked with Jason Kuhn, the ICM expert. Hey, is that right? And Jason Kuhn said, "Oh yeah, absolutely. That was spot on."
Yeah, you got to go with the Ace-King. Yeah.
Well,
pretty
Tang
much
folds
any
the King
suited
Queen.
cards. Yeah, he defends the 8-2 suited, right? Obviously, a much different situation and circumstance. For Ali, this is so great. Top pair, top kicker after opening in position. A little concerned about the puppy paws, the straightening cards. 9-10 combo. Can Tang have a hand like 7-8? Love to watch how he proceeds post-flop in all of these situations. You and I at home, we're going to have these spots as we continue to play. How about this? He just rips it. He denies equity entirely from whatever could be out there as far as draws and overjams 800,000 and change into a pot of 150. He just is trying to pick it up right here. Can he get called by worse? Yeah, why not? Cool him
You know, the
off with
crazy
worse
thing
10.
is on a wet board like this, he probably could. Obviously, Tang is just posturing us. He's never going to call with 8 deuce. But if this were a recreational player, if we didn't know who this was, or we couldn't see this person's face and we had no idea who it was, you'd think, what is this guy doing? You'd actually think, is that a fish? Almost, right?
Like,
Such a weird play.
Been playing a lot of short deck, eh?
And then you go, what are you doing? But because of ICM, because of that wet board, the dynamic board, it makes sense, especially coming from Ali. And I always find spots like that really interesting, especially when a world-class player does it, because it makes you think, that's not something that's in my game. I don't know if it's something that's in your game, but I like it.
I'll tell you what, I've covered a ton of Ali final tables. I've yet to see that where, you know, he's sort of in the middle of the pack ICM-wise. He opens in late position, flops top pair with top kicker, and then just overbets pot by 5x, you know, all in. I have yet to see that from Ali. And it makes sense. I understand what he's doing.
I'm curious if Tang ever heroes on a 10-9x 2 club board. I wonder if Tang is ever heroes him with a 9.
It's possible, right? Because what makes sense? What would he just open rip? Tang might even just eliminate any 10. Just say, oh, he must have like Jack 8 of clubs or, you know, some sort of draw.
Divorce raising. Ibinger calling.
Ibinger could be in trouble here. Let's see what the flop brings.
Blinds,
But
by
again,
the way,
just
10. Sorry, I was going to say blinds, but yeah, go ahead.
ooh,
Ibinger's no longer in trouble.
that he is not. He is dug out. And I was going to point out how he just simply flatted in position. Now, it's a great hand, king-queen suited. I think many of us would consider 3-betting that. The problem when he 3-bets king-queen suited pre-flop against a Daniel Divorce Open is that he must call a 4-bet. So he's hoping to keep the pot small, minimize the variance, C3 in position, and he has drilled this thing about as hard as he can. Top pair, backdoor shovels.
And Divorce checks. Divorce on the shorter stack here. He's got 485,000 chips, so he's in a bit of hurt.
GTO. GTO.
Divorce not thrilled when it comes queen high, 2 hearts. You don't have a heart in your hand. It's the real.
And look at that
simple
disciplined fold there. Just
check
folding the
Yeah, it's just
ace-king,
nice.
not even...
It can be annoying, you know, because if he was a little shorter, that's just an open rip spot with ace king. You can just move it all in pre, but he was just a little deep where he could get away with the min, trying to get as much value as he could for the hand.
I'll tell you somebody who's not deep. That's Brent Hanks in PokerGO Hold'em. You get your chips back, buddy? Play
I
3
don't.
Texas Hold'em Poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the show that helps shape the game. With an authentic online poker experience, you can download it. It's available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
Yeah, and they just stress that you like don't reg now and then bust in like half an hour and then look at the field and they're like, nah. Yeah.
Gersa raising with King Jack offsuit.
I mean,
Gersa
again,
continues to be our short stack, I believe.
You can empty my jam.
Just
Yeah,
slightly
the
ahead,
key
just
and
slightly
Divorce
below
are-
Divorce. But if he wins this one,
Play from the beginning,
I think that'll pop him into 8th place.
Oh, you raised. It's good to know.
Oh yeah, cheers.
Useful
Thank you very much.
information. There's actually like extra before you.
Gersa does win that one. And now it is Divorce who's our short stack. Blinds, I was saying, 15,000, 25,000. Levels are 40 minutes long. You are
Kuhn
watching
looks
Super High
tired.
Roller
What's-
Series Europe.
What's going on, Kuhn? You got to get a little Turkish coffee in you. He's yawning. Maybe they played late.
Well, these guys go hard. I mean, you've obviously covered a lot of these, and when they have these Super High Roller Series, they're playing round the clock. They jump from one tournament, they jump from one final table right into the next tournament. They don't stop. I don't imagine these players get much sleep.
It is
on these
grueling,
stops.
these series. And keep in mind, they just came off the Triton series, which was 4 or 5 events. Oh, those are long, deep structures that jump right into the Super High Roller Series right here at the same location. Not to mention Kuhn, fresh off fatherhood. I can tell you, when you've got a child between the age of 0 and 2, the sleep isn't great.
420 back.
Although he might be getting more sleep away from home.
Oh, he's sleeping like a king here at the Merit.
50-65.
Yeah, beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus is the site of the Super High Roller Series in Europe right now. Gersa with 7s, Divorce with an ace, and don't know what his other card is, but it doesn't matter. This is Battle of the Short Stacks.
Divorce has to have a pretty good ace here, I imagine. Maybe ace-5 of diamonds. Once in a while, he would flick in the open under the gun. But keep in mind, he is your short stack to start the pot.
Red 7
Gersa
to
defending under the gun.
Arts.
Boris has a pretty big hand there. We'll never know the other ticket, but I assure you it's a beaut.
I think I'll be able to go on without knowing the other card.
Yeah. That's good to know. 'Cause we're never
Yeah,
gonna
I know you. I know you were concerned about that. Let's take a look at the Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang on 1.6 million, Nemeth on just under 1.1, Ibinger on 1.1 about, Ali, Liviu, Ignat, Sinan Unlu, and Marius Gersa rounding out the field. Gersa, our short stack on 445,000 after divorce, wins that with Ace X. He's up to 590,000. Kuhn, as you mentioned, a little bit quiet, and that's probably the reason why. He's on under 600,000 chips, and there's a couple of players with less chips than him.
These guys are talking to the tournament director. We can't catch the conversation, but I was trying to follow Kuhn's eyes and line of thinking. It looks like maybe a little concerned about what the event is on the outside, making sure that whatever happens here today, they can still get in and participate. And I believe that will not be
based on our
issue.
schedule, it's a $25,000 pot limit Omaha event.
I'll tell you what, Tuck, I just got a note directly out of Cyprus from El Jefe himself saying that today's 25K PLO has actually been kicked up to a 50K.
Ah, that makes more sense then.
So they're going to the moon.
Yeah. Always a little bit of flexibility in these series. You know, you're talking about a relatively small player pool, and you want to cater to them. As we mentioned, 64 entries in this tournament. Unlu is going to raise it up to 55,000. Tang with 10-7 suited.
And Unlu's picked up quite a few good opening starting hands. He's been able to accumulate slowly but surely at this nine-handed final table, and Gersa looks very interested. There's why.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Ace-Jack of clubs, he's there. And a quick fold from the table, and a nice pickup there for Gersa.
You're the short stack. 4 minutes left in the level, and they're just like, what do you guys think? Yellow, blue, green? Let's think about it. Let's huddle up.
Let's take 2 blue decks.
Let's huddle it up. Maybe we'll do 2. How you guys feeling today? Sitting there about to get torched.
Well, now we know exactly what Jason Kuhn was concerned about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like the tournament director, Sean Winter, waiting for the slides to go up a little bit.
That's hilarious.
Thomas Thompson asking about more events. We got plenty of more events here. This is going to run through April 15th, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. We've got the Super High Roller Bowl. All of this culminating with a $250,000 buy-in. Super High Roller Bowl. Make sure you join us for that. Tang with 2 red kings. The hammer.
With the sight to
Says Tuck, what's up with the
see,
voice? Usually you don't sound this way until the end of the World Series of Poker. Hey, I think my voice sounds just fine considering it's 4 in the morning.
I think you sound great, Tuck, really. Never sounded better.
I appreciate that, Brent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tomas Thompson, I gave you a little link there in the chat as well. That'll show you the leaderboard, the points. You can also get to live reporting, so you can follow along today's 50K PLO. Everything you wanted to know about the PGT, the PokerGO Tour, just click that link, navigate the website. It's all there for you.
You know, interesting enough, with Ali shoved there with the ace-king a few hands ago, and then the subsequent play with the ace-10. I mean, it's not even like he was short. I mean, you're talking about him having somewhere in the neighborhood of about, say, 37 big blinds.
Yeah, protect your spot in line. You know, you protect everything about your stack. It is the ICM implications, the way that the final tables are navigated by the world's best players. It's fascinating. It can be boring, but it is all done in order to make the most amount of money for yourself. Long gone are the days of, I play to win. I play to win. I'm only here to win this tournament, right? It's now the mentality is, I play to make the most money that I can possibly make given the stack that I have, the card distribution that I receive, and making the best decisions along all of the simulations that I understand and I have run.
Well, Divorce has opened the button. Eyebanger defends the big blind. And both players miss. Ace high. Still good. Eyebanger with 980,000. Divorce on 460,000. With payout structures differing in certain tournaments, how cognizant are the top players of that, and how much does that affect their play?
I mean, listen, it's for these guys, it's all about the money. So they're going to be extremely cognizant of payout jumps and structures and how they differentiate from tournament to event, from venue to venue, depending on where you go. I mean, listening to Jason Kuhn there, you know, upset about them changing the decks out while he was under the gun and taking their sweet old time doing it as the clock is ticking down, right? I mean, that tells you everything about what is the mental, everything that's running through a lot of these guys' heads. It really is.
We heard yesterday, board pairs, ace-10 is good. Divorce not anxious to put any more chips in the pot, hoping his ace-high is the best hand.
Well, Eyebanger might try and jail him here. It's very clear to me that Divorce has something with showdown value that isn't a great deal of strength, right? He's checked every street thus far. Eyebanger having a 5 in his hand, he can absolutely have 7-5. He's just going to shut it down. Divorce is thrilled to get the showdown with ace-10 high.
Yeah, absolutely. And Divorce now up to 630,000. Eyebanger on 980. Every pot's so important for these short stacks. Something that they do at these super high roller series often is they'll, if somebody registers on time earlier, they'll either reduce the rake or eliminate the rake altogether. Right. And, you know, to your point about being aware of the money and everything, we heard Jason Kuhn yesterday making sure, you know, he and Phil Ivey and the Milkman were at the final table of the short deck, event number 2, and they wanted to make sure that because they were going to play this event, they wanted to make sure that they could register early for the no limit event, not blind off, so they could save the $1,000.
Yeah.
So. Got to respect that.
It's just a constant evolution, you know, when it comes to no limit hold'em, when it comes to tournament poker. I mean, when you and I fell in love with this game, and probably most people at home tuning in, thinking back to those old Glory World Series days in WPT with Gus Hansen kissing the bicep and Havad Khan at the World Series screaming bulldozer, moneymaker, you know, winning the main event. That sort of play, that glory has shifted. It's dramatically changed, where this game is just so well studied and examined. Solve after solve, spot after spot.
Yeah, the game very different from the game that you and I grew up with and grew to love, and I still love it, and I love it for different reasons.
I was wondering yesterday, as Phil Ivey was
jump
at another final table here, You think Phil Ivey runs
Yeah, it's
PO Solver?
Will be 25-50.
You think he's got some sims going at home?
Immediately queue.
I would doubt it. But I know he talks a lot of poker strategy with people he respects. You know, whether it be the Jason Koons or the Ibingers of the world. I know he talks a lot of poker, and he certainly understands it. My guess would be that it's more intuitive for him. There's just that extra sense that he's just got, where everything that these players have studied and worked on, he gets, he understands, but he probably, I guess that's probably the difference between him in this particular game, in No Limit Hold'em. That's probably the difference between him and these guys, where my guess would be that he probably does not do that, but who knows?
I don't know. I don't have a read there. I would assume what you're saying to be true, but it also would not surprise me if, you know, he and Negreanu are sitting down in Summerlin in Las Vegas in front of a giant monitor and just running spot after spot, laughing about the old days at the Trop and Borgata while they're looking at outputs. You know, that none of that would surprise me. We know Daniel Negreanu, he studies nonstop now.
Yeah, I would bet the under on that, but you never know. I could see Ivy and Negreanu hanging out, and I could see Ivy on his phone betting on sports while Negreanu does the Sims, and then Negreanu just says it. Negreanu probably spouts out and be like, "Hey, look at this interesting thing," and Ivy's like, "Oh yeah, I already knew that," without even looking up from his phone.
Explain it to me, Danny. That's all I'm here for. You just tell me about it. I don't want to learn it.
This would be a terrible, terrible Saturday Night Live skit, but I would watch it over and over again. So I'm just going to put that out there. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. We are in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. 9 players remain. Not a lot of movement so far. The short stacks have added a bit of chips to their stack. And frankly, at this point, nobody is on fumes. Nobody is that short. I want to say Jason Koon might be our shortest stack right now, though.
He's got a little bit more than 500,000, Koon.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's got less than 20 big blinds. So Danny Tang, our chip leader, on about 66 big blinds last I checked. So got kind of a bunched up group, and this is certainly a final table that could go anyway. This hand looking pretty good for Ibinger as he's got the black aces. The man known as Zero Human Zero online opened this with 9-8 suited. And we'll see what he does when the action gets back to him, which it has.
Oh, man, and he's a cash game player at heart, facing a small 3-bet sizing out of Officer Ibinger. Does he have the discipline to just throw the 9-8 suited into the muck?
Yeah, from a cash game perspective, this has to just hurt because you're looking at it going, oh, I want to play this. And then you realize, wait, I've only got 35 big blinds.
Poker's awesome.
Yeah. It's like, bro, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There's still one of those guys always.
They play from the night.
I mean, yeah, for him it might be.
Yeah,
he's probably been up for 30 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Ignaut lets that
So
one
last
go.
night I get back to my room. It's like 1 in the morning. And take my shoes off, getting comfortable, walk into my bedroom, and it feels like something just like bit my foot. And I looked down, there was one of those sewing kit needles in the rug. It went through my sock all the way into my foot to the point where the only thing that was sticking out was a thread. I had a needle this long broken in my foot.
Wow.
And I had to pull it out with the thread.
Did you get first aid or like?
No, I mean I just pulled it all out, and I don't think there's any metal left, but there's still a piece about this long I can't find that I think is in the rug, but there's a chance it's in my foot.
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe
God.
The first aid here.
No doubt.
Like get some.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Yeah, I need a magnet. That if I put a magnet at the bottom of my foot, I'd say I would know if there's a piece of metal in there or not.
Oh.
But it's crazy. I got it on video. I'll show you later. You might vomit.
Oh,
Just like
Can't
pulling
wait.
this. Oh,
Wait to see that.
Yeah, you can catch that later on PokerGo YouTube. That'll be some exclusive footage there.
hardcore, bro.
Well, maybe that explains
Jeez.
why Kuhn was yawning. Maybe he didn't get
Like
quite the
last
sleep
night,
that he
It
normally
sounds
would
like
get.
it was a long night, and also it sounds like he might now be the new owner of the Merit Resort and Casino after that lawsuit.
Oh
Some people are
man.
meditating, and you just walk into Luditz.
Yeah, seriously, man. Getting tagged.
Ow.
Anything suited
By,
is reasonable.
Into the casino, there's like a metal
Metal
detector.
From the big blind, Nemeth flicks it in.
Bro,
Always
it's such
dangerous
a
when
sweat
you're up
because
against
I'm
an
pulling it
overpair,
out by
of
the
course,
thread,
but you're
and I'm
just
like,
looking to
please don't
collect a
break,
pile of
because
puppy
if the thread
paws,
broke, I
multiple
just
tens
have
of
that
force.
metal needle in my foot.
Well, Ignat with the kings on this
Good
ace high
quality thread, I
board.
guess,
Nemeth with a
all
pair
that.
of tens. Backdoor club draw.
It does come ace high for Ignat, not ideal. Nemeth would certainly be defending various aces. But he did
Yeah, the
open
good news
under the
for
gun.
Ignat-
It's more about range. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the good news for Ignat is that since Nemeth does have showdown value, it's unlikely
sewing kit?
either player gets
to,
out of
put a
line
button
even
back
with
on
the
your
ace
shirt?
out there.
Oh, right.
But there was there's a whole needle. I mean, I won't show you the video because it might make you throw up, but like, you see the needle that's in my foot?
Oh
I had
my god.
Yeah,
Like,
dude.
wow.
Like, that was halfway pulling it out.
Oh wow.
Not fun, man.
What a place too. That's like super sensitive right there.
I know.
Oh, hello.
And you've been walking around with this?
I
Well,
mean,
let's
I'm not
watch
feeling
Nemeth
great.
here. It
I'm here. What am I doing? Still turning?
might be a
But then
spot
I
where he
guess it's not
considers
in it
lead.
anymore, like, if
Yeah,
you
I
do,
don't
like,
think so.
some
No,
chunks,
If
I
he had a
was moving
hand,
around. I
even if he
still
say he had 7-8, I
Nah,
think he
you-
would
you'd
lead
have
this card
swing for sure.
on a
I think I'm
paired
good.
10.
You're looking to
If
be
he
able to
had a
put it
hand
on
like
your
Wait till you see the
8-9
video. I mean,
for a
it's
draw,
literally
I
like
think
the
he would
thing's
lead
coming out.
on this
Yeah,
card
here
We're all
comes
waiting, man.
with a 10. And he's
And
going to
then
do the
well,
same thing
but the
here with
crazy
trip
part is once I
10s.
get the rest
I
of
think
the
if he had an
needle out,
ace, he would also
then the
lead here.
thread is
Sizes
threaded
it up to
through my
175
skin,
as
so I
well.
have to bring like 3 foot of thread out of. Ugh.
Can you ask the crew if they can project the video onto the screen back there?
They'll have to mute it because I'm cussing extensively.
Yeah, we can
Brent-
play some classical violin music.
As we hear about Jason Kuhn's foot in the background,
Death metal and
talk us through why
That
can
was
Nemeth
wrong as well, I guess.
on the 10 pairing?
Say that again, Tuck.
Why can Nemeth lead on this 10? Whether he had an
you wanna-
ace, a 7, or a 10.
It keeps your hand really much in control, right? If you have an ace, you're leading there when the 10 pairs to sort of represent that you have a 10 while also not allowing yourself to get raised on the turn or face a larger bet size while also keeping your bluffs intact. Let's say he had 8-9, a semi-bluff. It's a great spot. You check call flop, open-ended. You would then lead turn on that 10 or any card that would have paired in hopes to A, getting folds, and B, able to setting up a either river bluff or a river value bet.
And nearly
Other
impossible.
hands, if he had ace X, if say he had an ace instead of a 10 in his hand, he would also lead there. And if he were to face a call, he can hope to go check on various rivers or simply check fold if we're worried about our kicker. And look at this, 500,000. Now, what is Ignat even beating? That's the question with 2 kings. I understand the call on the turn for all the reasons stated where Nemeth can absolutely have bluffs. He can absolutely be leading a 7 in that spot, a hand that we're still ahead of. Clearly,
That's
we're
the only
behind
hand.
an ace or a 10. But now
That's the only hand. That's the
8-9
only hand we're
gets
beating.
there. Yeah.
Just a 7. 7x is the only hand we're beating. The 7 that leads out, trying to rep the 10, realizing it's behind, and Nemeth, a good enough player to turn a pair of 7s into a bluff at this point. That's it, right?
That's it. I can't really find any other bluffs that he might be doing this with. I don't think he'd be trying to turn a jack into a bluff, although maybe Nemeth is sick and twisted. Both of these guys, extremely high-level players, probably have a history as well.
Considering ICM, considering what percentage of Ignat's stack and Nemeth's stack this represents, how unlikely is it that this is a bluff?
Yeah, it seems that way. Again, you know, maybe a low frequency. We do have bluffs, and there it is. There's the fold. I think that was to be expected. But you just don't beat anything by the river.
All the time. All the time.
Yeah,
But like, it's kind of
I would guess the same. Especially in the pool at the time.
Yeah, and you can see Ignat shaking his head, frustrated.
Crazy
He raised the
story. I
hand
listened to
prior,
this
got 3-bet, had to
podcast
fold. There he picks up
it's
kings
like
and
during
has to
the
fold the
Protestant
river.
Reformation, this group of like
Tough couple of hands for him.
This group of like anti-Catholic church people overtook this small town in Germany in 1500s, and there were like 3 leaders. They completely overthrow the Catholic Church, which this entire town is ran by this Catholic Church. They throw everybody out. There's like a bunch of bloody wars and famine and stuff, and at the end, the 3 like leaders are put in cages and like tortured and hung above this church, okay? He is from this town. I just listened to this podcast, and the cages...
That was really a mindfuck yesterday.
Yo, yeah, it was crazy. It blew my mind. I was like, where are you from? And he says the name of this town, and I'm like, no way. And to this day, I mean, this is like 700 years ago, the cages still hang from the church.
What?
Oh, very pleasant conversations.
Yeah, no.
At the final.
Well, but I mean, but that.
Needle in peace and torture.
You bring the stories,
But bro, I mean, what are the chances of that? It's crazy, you know.
Also, the timing that you like listened to it like 2 or 3 days ago. You said.
Yeah, well, I've been listening. I've been like kind of obsessed with that period. So I've been listening to it on and off.
So what's the name
I
of
think
this
you getting the
beautiful
needle in your
city?
foot was fate, man.
Okay.
Huh?
I think getting that needle in your foot
I
was
know. I know. It's,
fate. You're just like, I just want a little taste of this.
yeah.
What was it like?
Get the needle hot and put it back in.
I wonder why the needle is on your room.
There it is. Munster. Crazy, man. I gotta go see that church sometime. It creeped me out.
It's worth a visit for sure, Münster. Whenever you're in Germany, let me know.
How big is the town?
It's like not really a big town. It's like, I think population is like 300K ish.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah, it's not a tiny little village,
yeah,
but it's
It
beautiful.
feels like a big village, more than like a
more than a city or
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very like.
They're saying 300,000 is a
I don't know if
village?
medieval's the right term, but
Or a
it has
town? That
really
is a
old
big
classic vibe,
town.
and everybody's riding around on bikes. Super sick.
Yeah, that would be.
Actually, I'm just gonna.
Ignat, by the way, raising up here.
Let me
with
know when-
King 6.
We'll do.
Even do
Just,
some fun torturing together.
Yeah.
Sensing the weakness from
Take
them.
pictures in the cages.
Yeah. Just,
Good play there. Takes it down. Blind on blind.
Yeah, the
So the
power
promo there
of
for
big
PokerGO
and little.
Hold'em. That is a free online game that you can download. It's available now in the App Store, Google Play, or headed over to PokerGoHold'em.com. You can be part of the show that helps shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Pretty cool stuff.
I was playing Stevie and then he joined. He plays exactly how you would expect. No exaggeration. He gets like less than 15% of his first serves.
Of course, just ripping them, huh?
But when he does,
Oh, I bet there's some thunder on that. That's crazy.
like either it's not like close, either like the bottom of the net or they're like past the baseline. It's so funny. Like I can't hold it together, man.
Oh, I bet. That's what Nicky P went mountain bike with him. He was like, "This dude, man's the craziest mountain biker I've ever seen." He's just like wide open down a hill, like never been on a mountain bike before in his life.
Ibinger with the suited Jack 10. Enough for a raise.
I would guess in like 50 years.
Gersa makes the call.
Look, come on. I mean, once
Not a bad flop for Jack 10 of clubs.
They'll determine that it's just like those characteristics are like due to his gut bacteria or something.
Yeah,
probably.
probably.
No, like for real.
Seriously.
A little eyebrow raise from Ibinger. This is
like determines like your
extremely
risk
favorable.
aversion, like all their
Even if he were up against top pair.
Mind control devices or gut bacteria.
You have slight favorite. You can still see 57% just with Jack 10 versus King 3.
I had 3.5 years of a terrible gut, and I had to get it fixed. And I did. It was like a life mission. I got it fixed. Been way better off. Too much meat.
Yeah, those yellow chips, 25K each. Ibinger puts 2 of them out there, and that is enough to get the job done. Gersa defending with the King 3, but can't continue. But we will continue here in Northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. This is event 3, 25K no limit hold'em.
Be punished. Terrible quality protein.
Can't waste precious calories on vegetables.
Yeah, of course not. What's the point of this thing?
Welcome all the players for today. 4 of the 50K limit hold'em. So PLO will start in a few minutes.
Limit hold'em.
Player register.
So he said pot limit hold'em?
Yeah, he said pot limit hold'em.
We're gonna play just in front of the stage.
I played that stupid game once.
White sign. So
That's
once
a terrible, terrible game.
50,000 PLO tournaments. You're more than welcome to take your seat.
Oh yeah, I remember UFT like a 10K pot limit hold'em.
Bro, it was
got
the
it
one
with
time I
me.
played it, yeah, and everybody told me I was a fish.
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Oh,
it just went like pop, 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 pop.
No, I just had 40 big blinds, and I was like, well, I have the second best hand, so I assume this is a good enough hand to go all in with. And everybody's just like, you idiot.
The post-flop game.
Good memory. That was super tilting.
All in.
Brian Hastings is in the commentary saying how I should have folded kings pre-flop. Playing the wrong game, dude. I don't know. I'm in a game where I fold number 2 off 40 bigs. And it was just, there wasn't any significant action. It wasn't even like, I think I just cold forward all in or something.
Yeah, it felt very normal.
What are you supposed to do? Like
Ace King versus Ace King here.
Yeah. Just put him in the box, I guess.
It is Ignat whose tournament life is on the line. This would be an awful beat if we saw 4 hearts out there.
Kind of boring.
Very boring.
My first real hand of the tournament is going to be the winner. Nope.
It is not to be, and they will chop it up.
I was interested in hearing Jason Kuhn talk about pot limit hold'em.
Yeah.
Saying it's a terrible game. They don't even run pot limit hold'em anymore at the World Series of Poker. In fact, I don't think they run it anywhere.
My guess is my bet is on 8-9. My bet is on 8-9.
My biggest problem with pot limit was, at least in the
I think
past,
he's giving up.
there were no antes in any game that was pot limit. So
8-9, yeah, maybe
the game just played really, really slow and very nitty.
My guess for
And you can imagine, I mean, that would be even before the final table and before ICM implications. This was back before nobody thought about ICM. So you can imagine what that game would be played like today. It's just pretty dry with no antes.
Yeah, no.
In theory, I think it's, you know, if you play with antes, in theory it would be kind of fun because, you know, it's a little bit more of a post-flop game, as you heard Jason Kuhn allude to, because you can't go all in pre. You know, just moving all in for heaps.
You know what would be interesting is what if they ran short deck where it was pot limit? You can't just move it all in completely pre-flop. That would change the game dramatically.
Oh, absolutely, especially with the equities running as close as they do.
Right. Not that I'm trying to encourage any more short deck. I'd like to RIP that forever as well. But.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of pot limit is kind of fun. I mean, that's where I actually cut my teeth playing cash games here in LA. I was playing pot limit cash. That was the first big bet game I would play was pot limit. But again, you got to have that game with antes, otherwise the game is really dry today, in my opinion. Can't see what DeVoris has here, but he is putting a lot of those wagering discs in there. He is 3-betting from the small blind, and he's 3-betting it under the gun open. So without seeing the cards,
should not be very out of line here, and certainly
we got to make a quick run to Münster, climb the caves, and then maybe we can make it to the late match.
Yeah, there you go.
Does it hurt now?
There you go. We saw that coming before we even saw the cards.
But it doesn't feel like
there's something in it.
Yeah. It just feels like I got stabbed.
Oh, there's the all-in, and what a dream scenario for DeVoris.
Ace, so many ace.
A lot of aces, as you hear Jason Kuhn mention. 2 of them for DeVoris, an ace-queen for Ibinger. Silver lining, Ibinger's got 2 live suits. Pot is 1.2 million. There's a queen. Can Ibinger find one more?
Well, if you turn one of your 2 outs, there's also a re-swing.
Ibinger looking for a red queen on the river.
It's great. I get to see before everyone.
It is a red card, but it's not a queen, and Dan DeVoris is doubled up to 1.2 million.
There he is, the walleye fisherman out of Canada, the outdoorsman, Mr. Toesies, the nickname given to him by the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams. A massive double up.
70.
Yeah.
And speaking of Tim Adams, by the way, he was the bubble boy in this event. He finished in 11th. Phil Ivey was 12th. Stephen Chidwick was 13th. And DeVoris now on 40 big blinds. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante.
Running hot.
Running very.
Matthias, a big hit to his stack, as he is down to 21 big blinds.
Have to imagine ace-queen off was at the very bottom for Officer Ibinger to 4-bet all in there and put DeVoris to the test. That is such a brutal spot. You know the small blind has a hand. It's just a matter of, well, what is it? Let's hope it's a couple of jacks, a couple of tens, maybe ace-jack suited, although unlikely out of DeVoris there.
That's what I was going to ask you, actually.
A hiccup as well. It could have been a mistake out of Ibinger. I'm not entirely sure.
Don't be ridiculous. A mistake.
These guys don't make many, that's for sure.
I was going to ask you that, though. I mean, before we even saw the cards, I think you and I both were pretty sure that DeVoris was not getting out of line, that it was a premium. Is he even doing that with ace-jack?
Can do it.
I don't think so. If it was ace-jack suited, it's probably just an all-in, too, rather than the old induced 3-bet sizing. The question is how often does he show up with hands he's 3-bet folding that looks strong, perceived as very strong? You know, would he do it with a hand like ace-x suited, ace-5, ace-3, ace-4 suited, knowing he's got a key blocker in his hand? You know, it's possible, but we're 9-handed, right? You don't see that very often.
No.
Ibinger chance at redemption here with ace-queen. Kuhn just hoping to limp in there, c3. Kuhn would also be limping with bigger hands. He'd be snapping as well, but Ibinger has a layup here, blind versus blind. Pick up a little pot.
$150,000.
Kuhn has been card dead for the start of this final table, and you can see the frustration.
He's also got a 6-inch needle in his foot. He's got to get that checked out at the end of the final table.
8 deuce off.
Kuhn, the recipient of a brutal beat yesterday at the short deck final table. The milkman delivered that to him.
I mean, how the fuck can I have anything there?
Sour milk, that's what he gave him.
Thinking as well.
Kuhn flopped the nuts. And then Makita caught running diamond cards.
I mean,
a flush is so unlikely in
sick
short
pay
deck,
jump
but that's
right in
exactly
front of me. How can I have
what
anything?
Badziakowski
You know what I mean?
hit,
It's like
and that
I-
Well,
eliminated.
when the money
Making
went in,
$1
Kuhn was a 91% favorite. That is unheard of in short deck. As you've stated, the equity runs so close. When you get it in as that
I thought
big
they
of a
did that
favorite,
because the final table would be
extremely
8
rare.
handles, and they didn't
And we
want to
saw
have a pay jump when it's like 5 and 4.
A sick and twisted bad beat.
Which would have made sense.
Yeah.
But then they didn't do that. So
Then why final table and I made? Yeah, it's okay.
Gerson with the min raise. Yellow chips are 25K. Those green chips are 10K each.
Yeah, I remember
I'm sorry,
I
5K each.
was in the same spot. I busted at 9 and 8, 9 non high jump. I didn't sit on final table, but they took my photo. At least I had some fun.
Again, Kuhn is the short stack now with ace-10. This is a raise from the hijack. He's on the button with ace-10. Is this a 3-bet all-in?
This is close. Ace-10 off. I mean, Gersa has been opening a fair amount of pots. It looks like he might be going with it. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the stone bottom for Kuhn. Ace-10 off to get in this spot. This is thin in his mind.
And Gersa, possibly aware of that, is going to let the king-queen go. And we continue on 9-handed. Play will certainly pick up as we lose a couple of players, but this is what we expect 9-handed with players like this. Nobody giving away an inch. We're talking about big pay jumps. All these players, by the way, guaranteed 64,000 USD. Second place is 320,000. First place, 432,000. Plus, for a lot of these players, they much needed PokerGO Tour points. Ali Imsurovic is the leader right now, and he will get at least 38 more points, and maybe more depending on how he finishes. How was the kid's birthday party? All go well?
Oh, it was a blast. It was a blast. Had
Great.
the whole family come over.
Good
He
news.
ate
Well,
half
happy
of his
birthday
little
to your
cake.
kid.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you. And you said your wife has returned home?
My wife is back from vacation.
Yeah. How much trouble were you in? Did you have the house picked up?
You know what? You're married, so you know how it is. Got home from dinner last night, and I spent 45 minutes furiously cleaning to make it look like I had put some effort in while she was gone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I get it.
But I was long asleep by the time she got home.
So have you even seen your wife yet, other than rolling out of bed and realizing she's next to you? Or do you two not sleep in the same room anymore?
No, we do sleep in the same room. I woke up, I gave her a kiss.
Okay. My wife's
She
not
looked
even
mildly,
in the same house
she looked
anymore.
Yeah, no, we're in the same house, same room. But yeah, listen, she looked mildly pleased that I was there, so I feel like I won.
It's a win, yeah.
Definitely a win. Definitely a win. I mean, let's be clear. The fact that somebody actually agreed to spend their lives with you and me, we've won already.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got a long ways to go. We hope.
Good point. Good point. Brent Hanks, David Chuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We are in Northern Cyprus, the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Nemeth has been active, understandably so, applying pressure in position against Tang, who is barely our chip leader still at the moment. These two neck and neck.
Check.
Yeah, for the chip, considering he's the chip leader, Tang has been relatively quiet. Nemeth, on the other hand, has not been. And as you mentioned, Nemeth now just 100,000 chips behind Tang, and if he wins this one, and he is a long way from winning it as Tang has the best hand right now, he would overtake the chip lead.
Call.
So this is a significant hand, especially considering they're next to each other. Nemeth on Tang's left, and you can bet that Tang does not want to give the chip, they don't want to give his chips to the player on his left.
This is going to be a pretty tough street for Tang to continue if Nemeth comes with a second barrel with just ace high. Ace of hearts being a key card in his hand. I think he does check it back.
Yeah, and that is a awful river card for Nemeth to bluff, but we'll see how this one plays out. 265,000 in there. And while it's not a huge pot, I do think it's significant. Once again, considering these players are sitting next to each other.
How dope is that?
What?
Check.
I got a security camera in the hotel.
I was curious to see if Tang came with sort of a blocker bet sizing on the river. He does just check it, gets checked back, shows him the goods. Nemeth knows right there, second shell would have done the trick. Targeting a 5. Also applying a ton of pressure to a jack.
That's not. It is.
Yeah, that would have been interesting if Tang does bet the river. Does he ever get looked up by a worse hand, thinking maybe a missed flush draw, maybe a missed straight draw? Nonetheless, we take a look at a Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang still on top of it. Puts a little bit of distance between him and Andras Nemeth. He's on 1.725 million. Dvoris, courtesy of those aces, and Mr. Ibinger, he's on 1.2 million. And now we're starting to get a few short stacks in there.
There we are. It's hard to believe we haven't
30,000.
lost a single player at this final table. Incredible.
Yeah.
The discipline.
9th and 8th place will both take home the same amount of money, $64,000, as we look at our GG Poker payouts. 432,000 up top. And more than an hour into our broadcast, and nobody has left the party.
Yeah.
Most overhyped guy for sure.
He's young too, right? He's like,
Yeah, he hasn't fought any elite fighters.
Well, now he has.
yeah.
Now he has. But Usman looks like way better than him.
Yeah.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
I want to welcome all of you who are just joining us. You're watching the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em event. This is event number 3 at the 2022 Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. Kuhn's going to raise it up with Ace Queen. He's one of our shorter stacks. I know some of you might be joining us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Maybe some people on the luxonpay. For those of you who are on the PokerGO YouTube channel, we are following the chat. And if you are watching for the first time, please hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 250,000. Love to do that on my watch this week. That would be a lot of fun. And give us the thumbs up.
Just do it all right now, Tuck. Can we do that? Just click subscribe.
It's so
right
easy.
now.
Just so easy. Yeah, a very fluid situation at the back end of this table because Jason Kuhn was our short stack maybe an orbit ago. Didn't really win any significant hands, and yet now he is in 5th place. So I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing some careful play at this final table. I believe this is the last of the 25K events We have 10 events ranging from 25K all the way up to 250,000. And I think the rest of them this week are going to be 50K plus.
Raise 70.
Well, Ali might get a little action here. Tang on the button with ace-3 suited as the chip leader. Certainly considering 3-betting Ali. Could he ever be opening a little extra wide, looking to fold pre? Yeah, Tang's counting him out. Here comes the mustard.
Yeah, and you know, Ali obviously has been pretty snug so far at this final table, but I think Tang is aware that Ali is going to maybe overfold the spot, but he's going to make some big folds in the spot when it's up to his tournament life. He's not folding this, though.
No, this is just a layup, all in, play for every biscuit.
All
in.
Still think you got the shit, man. Still think you got that shit.
I got it, man.
Yeah, but they're doing shit. They're doing definitely shit.
That's a big pickup for Ali.
No. Yeah.
Adds 275,000 to his stack without even seeing a flop.
Finding the spots where your opponent does not fold.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, further separation from the shorter stacks, able to accumulate.
You got it before hard.
Got plenty of blinds.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Maneuverability post-flop if need be.
And for people at home wondering, you know, why would Danny Tang make a move like that? I mean, if Ali opens ace-jack, what is he doing?
Right, that's a good point. Ace-jack could be in the muck, ace-10 could be in the muck, king-queen, king-jack, all those hands certainly I think would just fold.
Andre Tomas says Kuhn is too talented to ever bust. Yeah, Jason Kuhn, certainly one of the most hardworking and talented poker players in the world, period. I mean, it's just first class in every regard. A great ambassador to the game. You mentioned that yesterday.
He absolutely is. Everything about him. He puts his heart and soul into this game. Straight shooter, all class. Never surrounded by any sort of controversy or drama that you hear about from time to time in the poker world.
No, I think, you know, oh, he's one of the nicest guys. I think that phrase is overused. But when it comes to Jason Kuhn, it really is true. I can tell you a true story. Many years ago, the World Series of Poker, my dad was coming out to play his very first event ever. And I reached out to Jason Kuhn and I asked him, I said, hey, will you just meet my dad for a cup of coffee and just kind of like say hi and give him a couple of tips. Kuhn went above and beyond. He met my dad for lunch, spent 90 minutes with him and gave him his first ever poker lesson.
Oh, that's phenomenal. That's
I
so
mean,
cool.
he doesn't know
That
my
sounds
dad
like a cool
from
thing to do.
Yeah, he doesn't know my dad from a hole in the wall, and he spent 90 minutes with him in the middle of the World Series of Poker, his busiest time of the year, to give him a poker lesson.
Next hand break, right?
Sounds like we are going to go to a break.
Yeah. Yeah, players are, levels are 40 minutes long. These breaks aren't very long, usually about 10 minutes. Unlu, who's been pretty quiet, going to raise with Snowman. Oh, and Nemeth, who's been pretty active. He picks up the bullets.
Oh, this is trouble for Unlu. We could see our first casualty here. I think eights is just too good of a hand. I know everyone's playing very conservative right now. Nemeth with the trap, just calling in position.
Sinan Unlu with the eights, Nemeth with the aces, Dvorak with fours. Can he, with 1.1 million chips here, can he go mining?
This is just, a spectacular spot to flick in some extra trips and peel and try and collect a little sailboat.
I mean, Could we see a monster pot as we head into
Oh,
break?
still
And
playing.
Divorce
still
makes the
9.
call. Pot's 240,000.
I'll just take that 20K if possible. Yeah.
Well, not only does Nemeth fade the 8 and the 4, he hits the jackpot. He hits the ace.
Difficulty is you've got the board absolutely smothered. Nobody has a thing. I don't think anyone else is going to put a chip into the pot other than Nemeth.
Check.
Checks through. Nemeth gives his opponents one more card to see if they can hit a set. It does not come. Fortunate to them. One of those spots you're sitting there in your head, go, come on, give me a 4, give me a 4. Be careful what you wish for.
Check.
Yeah, Unlu just not going to go after it. 2 clubs out there, 2 diamonds. Is it time to bet? Nemeth says yes, it is. And he bets 120,000, and I imagine the hand is just over.
Yeah, there's no reason for anyone to put another chip into the pot. That's how we're going to head to break, Tuck.
We are. And Nemeth now up to 1.5 million chips. He is currently second at this final table. We have yet to lose a player. 9 players remain in event number 3. Players are going to go on a break. We take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang still our chip leader, but not by much. Nemeth in second with 1.5 million. Divorce had a pretty good first couple of levels. He's on 1.1. Ali just on over 1 million. And then we got kind of a little bit of a quagmire at the bottom. Our bottom 5 between Kuhn and Gersa. Anybody can be knocked out 9th, anybody in 5th. Who knows how that one will happen. Back in 10.
Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot. Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now.
Do you ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertouche. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
That is a nice turn for Kempe.
However, 2 flush draws on board for Pertouche now. He's got top pair.
Budiga leads here. It really depends on how much, as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertouche fires 20,000.
Don't see Greg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. but an 8 could be no good. Partouche has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment.
Call.
This is reasonable.
Rayner makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Partouche.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rayner sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Partouche is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Partouche does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Partouche's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Partouche may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Partouche really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes his straight is good. It is, and it puts Partouche in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Partouche didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Partouche thinks he could be. Maybe Partouche thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. It looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
T2 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000. It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play.
Rainer
Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set, one of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's gonna hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan.
165.
But right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. He's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably...
Welcome back. We are in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. Beautiful site here. One of the great things about poker, the ability to travel the world and play the game that you love. And these players here are certainly loving it. At the final table of event number 3, 25K got you in. We had 64 entries. We are down to our final 9. All 9 of these players are in the money. Gersa, our short stack, with just 400,000 as the blinds spike up. Danny Tang, our chip leader, but not much in it. Nemeth right on his tail, just 10,000 chips behind. I'm David Tuckman. Brent Hanks alongside me, calling the action. And the first couple of levels, as expected, Brent?
That's garbage.
I think so. You know, it's slow and steady. We expected a conservative sort of approach from the majority of these players.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is
my place, right? This is my place right
all
here,
this
bro.
money up top.
This is my only place, bro.
We have names too, sir.
What's
I'm
like
a real boy.
I don't know, bro.
the superstar?
Blinds now 20,000, 40,000. Ali Imsurovic, who is the leader right now in the PG Tour. PGT standings. Added some points to his lead earlier this week. He'll do it again, and we could get our first elimination right here. Imsurovic isn't going to fold 9s, is he?
Not for me.
Not to the shove of 400,000. This money's going in.
This is an unhappy go time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I had a go time hand.
No, it's a very good happy.
No, it's a very unhappy
A go time hand. I think he said unhappy go time. I don't think he liked it.
10.
Trying to be not funny with the page.
10 even, It's super happy.
I've never played a final table where there's no bank.
Yeah, my brain's fine.
Then the next
Cursa, tournament life on the line here with Ace King. And there's the ace. Bad news for Imsurovic.
I thought he was dead, man.
Yeah, he said it's unhappy go time. Looking to find a 9.
Oh my God.
Ace 8 of hearts.
10-7 off.
Comment.
Marius Gersa fades the river. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I show, I triple up.
What do you have?
Ace 8.
Gersa with the full double up to 900,000. A hit to Imsurovic's stack.
So if he doesn't open, maybe you're in already.
Yeah, if he doesn't open, I am already for sure. I'm in for sure.
Oh yeah?
I was all in.
Matt
23
Waldron
big
in the
blinds
YouTube
now
chat.
for Gersa.
Says, where's the PokerGO stream? Well, you're looking at it, Matt. We are entirely on YouTube for the duration of this series.
6:35.
Every single event, every final table, and bonus coverage.
Good morning to you, though, Matt. Good to see you.
I was thinking if it's
Ollie now down to 635,000 chips, or about 16 big blinds. So earlier on, I mentioned that nobody had under 20 big blinds. Well, now about 4 or 5 players have under 20 big blinds. Tang is not one of them. He is still our chip leader. He and Nemeth essentially tied. Nemeth with the min raise.
Ignat, recognizing that Nemeth is opening a lot of hands, as he should be, gave it some genuine consideration to just simply jam home ace-7. I think a number of players behind him is what altered that decision-making.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before, but I think it's worth reiterating. Nemeth's just got a great seat position. He is on Tang's left, so when Tang folds, Nemeth doesn't have another player on his left that he's got to worry about chip-wise.
Right. Leibinger able to play a little defense here with King-9 if he so chooses.
And he decides not to. Are we surprised?
Interesting. A little bit, you know, heads up.
King 5 of flop.
King-9's pretty reasonable. We know Nemeth is opening wide. Stays out of harm's way. You know, we talked about this in one of the shows earlier, that folding makes money. Every time you fold, you're not involved. You allow others to be involved in a pot. People can bust. You can move up that pay scale.
Cook it out, bro.
Why are you trying to...
Interesting dynamic developing at this final table. Our chip leader with only 40 big blinds. I mean, nobody is deep. And in these situations, it really is anybody's tournament. A lot of times when you see a final table, you know, you go in to the final table, you know, top 3 in chips. You're usually going to finish in the top 3. You go in there in 9th, you know, if you can ladder up to 7th or 6th, you're pretty happy. But in these situations, I have seen just crazy things happen. I've seen short stacks win. I've seen chip leaders get knocked out in 8th. And that's certainly the case here. Kahuna Poker asking what the blinds are. Yes, it is. 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. George Ignat, known as Zero Human Zero, opening it with the ace-5. And George is not going to get any action either. And he's okay with that with ace-5 offsuit.
Yeah, that was pretty thin out of George.
Five.
Just trying to sort of stay in the hunt, stay active, accumulate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He earned it. And see, he's got less than 20 big blinds as well.
Without blind. 460.
Yeah, he almost felt like he was itching to get involved at some point.
Yeah.
Make sure that his stack didn't dwindle any further down.
It's coming.
Something is.
Do
not manipulate the...
They don't put up with your shenanigans around.
Yeah, I tried it yesterday, not even non-TV table.
I mean, you're lucky you're getting away with that receipt on top of your trips.
It's my lucky boat since the beginning of the tournament. You're taking my cards, you're taking my lucky boat. Learn to behave yourself.
Should never do that.
Back-to-back hands for Ignat. Raise with ace-5. He thought about it with ace-7, and he is going to raise again with ace-4 offsuit.
Oh. I'm just joking.
Yeah, totally.
He's got the ace blocker. First one in the pot. And the way this table is playing, he's just trying to capitalize on everybody else being a little bit snug.
For me, it was like ace.
Does it work again?
Yeah.
I think so.
Button's good.
Wow.
Can I have a change?
No.
That's huge. Give
And here's the
those two
crazy
through.
thing. Just by stealing blinds and antes 2 hands in a row, Ignat goes from 8th to, I think, 5th in chips.
Yeah, that's critical. Again, just further separation from the short stacks.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here, and thank you for joining us. Wherever you might be watching from, it could be on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, the luxonpay one, or, of course, the PokerGO YouTube channel. Thank you in advance for subscribing and giving us that thumbs up. The more support you give us, the more content we can give you for free. So, you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. Nemit's going to raise up with the ace-5 suited. Nobody really getting out of line. And in these situations where it seems like nobody's making a mistake, is it just a question of when we get a cooler, when we get the ace-king versus the nines, when we get aces versus ace-queen? Is that it? Is that what we're waiting for?
That's it. I mean, it's cooler poker at its finest. It's exactly what we're going to be seeing. I mean, Tang, obviously, he's going to be able to play a little defense in this spot. These guys have chips. Lots of small ball until the inevitable coolers show themselves.
Yeah, this is chip leaders 1 and 1A battling once again. Ace high, the best of it right now. Tang got him. Tang got Nemeth earlier with 7-5. But this time he lets it go, and Nemeth puts a little bit more space between him and Tang. We mentioned earlier, the next event was a $25,000 pot limit Omaha event. That has been stepped up. They're going to make it $50K now. I was going to play if it was $25K, but $50K I'm out.
$50K seems to be the sweet spot for a lot of these guys. Short deck, PLO, even no limit. You know, that's where it is. So, I think there's also been an event that was originally supposed to be $100K. That dropped back down to a $50K. I think a lot of the Triton regulars, some of these super high roller regulars, they prefer the $50K price point. Girsa with a premium.
Who's
No,
pass.
Yeah, pass.
Nobody getting out of line. Action folds around to Unlu with ace-10 offsuit. Unlu with just 11 bigs.
Yeah, could it be? Ace-10 off. He thinks Girsa could be targeting, opening a little bit wider. That's a great fold, clearly, as we can see. Not sure I have it in me.
Nemeth's going to call. See if Nemeth flops something to get himself in trouble. Queen Jack of Diamonds, a pretty hand. The deck not really cooperating and giving us much.
And not a lot of drama. This is just over already.
Yeah, and poker can be that way sometimes.
Ooh.
Spicy little check back. Give his opponent maybe a little bit of rope. And it's kind of funny, you know, for those of you out there that think, oh, the check back caps his range, right? He's got to have ace high, right? He would never check back an overpair. Well, this is a world-class player not capping his range at all by checking back queens on a 6-3 deuce board. And Nemeth not going to fall for it. He lets it go nonetheless.
It was my time bank card.
What?
My time bank cards created this mess.
You smacking my chips over?
Yeah, really good too.
Checking back and over.
Sean Noon prefers the 50Ks also. I'm with you, Sean Noon. I like it. Good morning, Umami United. Or good afternoon, wherever you might be. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from.
I had you pretty crushed.
I saw earlier New Zealand, Australia.
Really?
It truly is a worldwide audience.
You wanted to jam.
Tuning in for these final tables. Appreciate every single one of you.
You have queens? No. I avoided probably.
Well, it's representative of our table as well.
It should have been super spin, right?
Such a good feeling when you feel shitty that you didn't flop anything with queen jack, but actually get queens, so you're actually running good.
In case he's not lying. No.
I think I'm right here. And this should be crazy.
I mean,
Brent, I think we have 9 different countries represented at this final table.
Ace 10 off?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so.
Wow.
I'm just looking through the flags. I thought maybe it was 7, but I'm pretty sure we have 9 different countries represented at this final table, which is just amazing. Just think about poker in the year 2022.
Table,
That's awesome.
One time I was in this PLO tournament. We were at the final table, and Scotty Wynn was in the big blind, and I had like really bad aces, and the board came out really nasty for me, and he just like led like huge on a board that was total nonsense, his play, but I end up like folding just like bare aces, and he's like, "You're gonna be sick, baby." He's like, "You're gonna be sick," and I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I flopped 2 pair in my hand so bad, baby. I flopped 2 pair, baby," and then like I bust the tournament, and I'm like telling my wife like, well, at least I got away from those like shitty aces I had. And then I see, like, as we're walking out of the casino, I see the live stream, and he just had complete 0. And just, like, lied in my face, like, on stream. You're going to be sick, baby. I had 2 pair, baby.
Oh. You probably did feel sick.
I did, yeah, because I was, like, bragging about how good I did to my wife. And then I, like, look up, and he had, like, 9 high or something.
That was a pretty good impression you did.
Yeah, well, I'll never forget it, you know.
Yeah, of course. 2 pair, baby.
Sick. You're going to be sick, baby.
Scotty,
I miss Scotty.
Character. Yeah.
I miss him. Bring him back. Come on, Scotty. We need Scotty over in Cyprus.
Some crazy shit.
Not sure he's going to be playing the 50K with these guys.
Especially on the stream.
Times have certainly changed.
Everyone will say, like, terrible fold, how could you fold? Like,
yeah. It was like queen 10-7 mono, and I had red aces.
And he just fired?
Just bombed it, yeah. I was just like,
and he didn't even have the spade, I guess. No, 6. That's kind of sick.
Ignat considering something here at the ace-9. He knows Tang could be getting a little bit out of line. Tang with 6-5 suited, but Ignat not going to get involved. Take it down, Danny.
Good old hyperdual sitting goal.
yeah. Safe space. It's a safe space.
Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. It all ends with the big one, the 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl. That's April 13th, 14th, and 15th. You don't want to miss a second of that. That is going to be unbelievable. All of it
I
taking
think we're
place
going to have
at
a
beautiful
huge
Merritt.
turnout for that as well.
What a week. Got Masters Sunday.
Yeah, it's kind of close now all of a sudden in the Masters.
Yeah, things got interesting. I was watching a little bit of Tiger yesterday. That was disappointing, but things certainly did get interesting at the end of the day. Makes for a fun Sunday. Baseball is back. We got sports everywhere. We got poker here in northern Cyprus. All in all, it's a good weekend, I think. Ollie takes another one down. And you can take one down, too, if you play PokerGO Hold'em. It's free. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. It's from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. And my co-host here, Brent Hanks, it's his voice in the show. That's right.
Yeah, we're right in there, Tuck. We're right in there.
Just takes one, then everybody starts falling. Got to break the seal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Raise 80.
It is remarkable. We've been playing for nearly 2 hours at this final table, nine-handed, yet to lose a single player.
And you know, for those of you wondering and keeping score, you're thinking, well, is this final table going to last 14 hours? No, that's not how it works. Could take us another 45 minutes to lose somebody, but with the blinds moving up and the levels are only 40 minutes long, our chip leader only has about 40 big blinds, so they're going to start falling by the wayside. And when they do, we could lose 3 in 11 minutes.
I need to take like this. Doesn't really matter a lot.
Collisions will occur. It is inevitable.
I'm here for it, Tuck.
Yeah, no, me too. Listen, I've covered final tables. I know you have as well. I've covered final tables where, you know, you lose 6 and a half hour, and then you play 3-handed for 5 hours. And then you get these situations where we're going to play 9-handed, 8-handed for maybe 4 hours. And then you lose everybody in 20 minutes.
Yesterday, our short deck event, we were done in about 75 minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't take long at all to get down to a champion.
We blinked and we were 3-handed. Yeah, Makita Bajikowski, he had a date last night. Wanted to get out of there pretty quick. Nemeth raising to 80K. Ignat once again picking up a hand where it's like, do I want to do something? And the answer here is yes. Ace-9 offsuit. That went in the muck. Ace-9 suited. Nah. I'm going to play this.
Sorry.
This is for about 17 big blinds. Nemeth's eyeing his stack. Getting the right count. This is going in the muck, right?
You'd think so. Yeah, I mean, we're ahead of 4s, 3s, 2s. In good shape against Ace-5, Ace-4, Ace-3, Ace-2 suited. A collection of hands. 5's just simply too vulnerable. A painful raise fold.
Ignat takes that one down. I want to thank our sponsor, luxonpay.
Five back.
Yeah, the Milkman yesterday was reminiscent of the grinder, Michael Mizrachi. I covered the Poker Players Championship many years ago at the World Series of Poker. And everybody warned me. They said, oh, this tournament, it's going to go till 7 in the morning. It's one of those long ones. It'll go 14, 15 hours. 2 hours later, I was at dinner. Toasting. Toasting the grinder on his...
do that to you.
Yeah, 2 hours later, I was toasting the grinder on giving me an early night.
Raise 85.
Magnus is watching from his living room. Russell's in Orlando. We got Liverpool fans in the chat. I like it. Tang's going to raise it up with sevens.
Officer Ibinger, he might want to play ball here, King Jack suited. One of our short stacks as well. This is extremely playable. There it is.
Yeah, he's all in. Now, sevens obviously distinctly different than fives. Is this a call for, I mean, 15 bigs?
Ooh, really sick spot. 15 bigs with 2 sevens. Eights, I think, is probably really like the bottom pair range. Sevens, obviously, very close.
I was going to say, I mean, eights feel like a call. 5s, 6s feel like a fold. Sevens are right there. And they are in the muck now. That's a huge win for Ibinger. You get sevens to fold. That's huge. Michael Hatcher is watching from work on a Sunday. He is in Latvia. As we take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard, and you can see that bottom of the leaderboard is getting crowded. Big blind right now, kind of creeping up. And Nemeth, he's pacing the field with 1.6 million. Tang right behind him, but everybody else below 1 million chips, and nobody really comfortable right now.
No, it is, you're extremely uncomfortable if you're towards the bottom. Kuhn, he's been here 1 million times. He understands the chaos, the volatility at final tables. Also just how a string of distribution, just a string of hands, and you can spin that short stack all the way up to the chip lead. We have seen it time and time again.
Well, that's the opportunity that's here for all of these players. The shortest of the short stacks could very easily get a couple of hands here and be the chip leader. Just not much in it at this point. Jeremy Paget is making bacon and eggs and cheese biscuits. Paget, can you make a trip to Southern California and get me some of that?
Yeah. RCB says, I'm watching from Holland, just made a chicken burger. I'll take one of those in Las Vegas, please. I don't care what time it is.
Yeah, sign me up for that one. Ali all in from the small blind. Unlu can't call from the big blind. Nice little pickup there for Ali.
Like that small spot, big pressure, free deuce.
We're about to enter hour number 3. I mean, we've gone for 2 hours without losing a player.
Incredible.
So close, so close.
Oh, Hope Jones is throwing some sausage gravy on that, on those biscuits. Hope, you're speaking my language.
Lee Grant, hello from snowy Parma, New York. Go Bills. Yeah, let's go, Buffalo. Parma, New York. Where is Parma? I'm going to have to look that one up. Sounds
if we
like
can keep football and keep
area.
Buffalo. If we can keep Buffalo and football out of the poker conversation, I'd appreciate it, everybody.
I don't think so.
Brent Hanks, part of the Bills Mafia. Ibinger with a very pretty Queen Jack suited. He's got the Queen Jack of the puppy paw variety. Ibinger all in.
Oh, a little sweat. Danny's not one to lie.
Tang's not going to call here.
Okay. Looks like you got it.
I don't think.
Not yet.
Looks like that.
775.
You can have 3/4 of my chips back.
No, you're not going to call 19 big blinds with that.
Yeah, I think you left a little back.
And we continue on. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Andrew Rader having a grilled cheese for breakfast. Nothing wrong with that. Verdai, hello from Romania. Well, hello, Romania. Troy Watson, you're like me. Yeah. 2 pathetic souls on the Jets bandwagon.
Not even one.
Chapel Hill, North Carolina for GC Albee. Raikon is in Nepal. Craig Jacobson or Jacobson is in South Florida. Oh, it's in South Florida, so we'll say it's Jacobson.
Close then.
It's been a while since I played with JP.
Yeah.
Brent, we might never lose a player, ever.
Not sure we will. This is the final table that will never end. Nobody wants to go home broke. Let's just chop up all the all-ins.
I mean, the final tables that never end are usually reserved for Jamie Kerstetter and myself. Unlu is all in.
Big money, big money, big money.
This is not a big shove. I mean, this is 8 big blinds right now.
How much did you agree?
You're getting called, bro.
His face.
340.
I think we're going to get a call here.
340? Oh, maybe not.
I knew it. This was the calling face.
Unlu's tournament life on the line. Ace-5 versus Ace-6. This will get chopped up a bunch.
Someone wins.
I think someone's making a pair here. 5 or a 6 is coming, Tuck. I don't know who,
Don't say it.
but it's coming.
Sinan Unlu at risk. Nemeth a slight favorite. 740,000 in there. Here's the flop. Good call. How about they both make a pair? Nemeth with a 6, Unlu with a 5. There is one heart out there. Give Unlu a heart for a good sweat. Nope. Jack of diamonds. Unlu down to his last card, possibly. Yes. And we finally lose a player, and unfortunately for Sinan Unlu, it is that gentleman right there. He finishes in 9th place, takes home $64,000 for his efforts. And then there were 8.
When it really starts happening, boys.
Maybe like 3 bust outs the next 7 hands.
And absolutely nothing he could do there. On the button with ace-5 suited. A no-brainer shove spot. Just happened to walk into a slightly better hand and got out-flopped.
Yeah, $64,000. 9th place, you can see the same can be said for whoever bows out in 8th place here today. Number of short stacks remain. Andras Nemeth extends that chip lead.
Yeah, and that's the thing I wanted to bring up, and you mentioned it. So Nemeth now with a bit of a bigger chip lead. Can he start to exert some pressure on the medium stacks?
Well, I think we've seen it thus far. He's been opening quite wide. He's trying to hit all the holes, if you will.
It's a story about the Catholic.
And we'll continue to see the same out of Nemeth.
As he's folds for 4 orbits.
Continuing to apply pressure to all of the shorter stacks. He's a tournament expert. Perhaps
Bro, I told you guys.
has played more tournaments than
I don't
anybody
even know what
else
to think anymore.
in all of these Super High Roller series, considering the number of online events he plays.
Just telling stories all day.
He might have the most experience.
King, Queen of Spades, just
mentioned earlier, out of Hungary, his online handle is Probirs, Probirs.
Yeah, King, Queen suited.
Yeah, I'd feel reluctant there too.
Ace-5 was ahead.
Ignat going to give Gersa a little bit of action.
He might have.
Not a flop that is going to be very likely to give us more action, though. As Gersa has hit top pair. He's got the ace of spades as well. Is he ever checking this one back? Well, not here, that's for sure.
He's just
quick
trying
bet
to play
and a
for
quick fold
stack, yeah.
from 0 human 0.
Got a little history lesson, right?
Jay Wright, wondering what the buy-in on this tournament was. $25,000 got you in. Unlimited re-entries. We had 64 entries in all. And we're looking at our final 8 players. As you might expect at these Super High Roller Series, it is a star-studded final table.
I'm suited again.
I won't. This is it, really.
Promise?
No.
As we look at 3 of the superstars in the game today, Daniel DeVoris, Jason Kuhn, Matthias Eibinger, side by side. And Divorce doubled up earlier with queens. I'm sorry, with aces. Now he picks up queens. Jason Kuhn getting dangerously low on about 11 big blinds.
Well, he's got that face. Ah, there it is. He's got the old ace wheel suited. This could be trouble for Ali.
Yeah, this could be go time for him, and pretty obvious Divorce is going nowhere.
Oh, this is just crafty here. I think he's making it 180 with the intent to folding to a 4-bet. This is pretty sick off of a shorter stack. Rather than just moving it all in, committing his tournament life.
Yeah, and the 3-bet looks super strong. I mean, it's obviously not going to work here because Divorce has got queens, but I mean, this looks super strong. I mean, you're sitting there if you don't have a very strong hand, if you're Divorce, you're terrified. But Ali Mzurevich is going to do a great job here by not going broke with ace-5.
All in?
All in, fast.
There it is.
And I think you and I both thought that was going to be trouble for Ali. I mean, I thought the all-in was coming.
Yep.
And he gets snapped off, but he figures out a way to be creative, put a 3-bet in there, and still get away from it on what was about a 16 big blind stack.
Yeah, and that's really, again, a part of the evolution of the game. You see these, 3-bets off of shorter stacks that you're actually 3-bet folding. You're not just getting it all in pre-flop.
He's not here, but he seems to always dominate conversation when it comes to poker anyway. You and I talked about him yesterday. Phil Hellmuth. I want to throw this at you because Phil Hellmuth does get a lot of criticism. If Phil Hellmuth makes that play, do people rip him?
No, not there. I mean, that's pretty high-level stuff right there. The 3-bet fold off of that stack, given a hand as pretty and as good as ace-X suited. People rip Hellmuth for various other reasons, right? His antics, his behavior, the Queen-4 hand, which was just brilliant. An anomaly. I've never, brilliant. Whatever you want to say about it. He takes his fair share of lumps, and for good reasoning. Now, is he also unfairly ridiculed? Yes, of course he is. The guy's got 16 bracelets. He's a Hall of Famer. He gets it done to this day. He just had 3 final tables at the U.S. Poker Open, which was against the top 1% types of competition. Your high rollers of the world, your Jason Kuhns, your Alis. But, let's face it. The guy also does ridiculous stuff that deems criticism, such as Queen-4, Eibinger's hand.
Well, Ali's picked up aces now, so he's active with the ace-5. Gets away from it. Active with the ace-4. He gets that through, and here he picks up aces. Nemeth with Jack-10 suited on a 2 million chip stack.
5-5-5 to start.
Ali lets him know what he started with, which was 555,000. About 14 big blinds. I guess what I was getting at with Hellmuth is just, you got a call here. Sometimes his short stack game is criticized. And I just wonder, and I'm not questioning the play from Ali. I think it was a brilliant play. I like it. I'm just wondering if that same play, a 3-bet fold on a 16 big blind stack, is from Hellmuth, if the online wizards aren't criticizing him for it.
It's easy.
I don't think there's anything to criticize in that hand a moment ago. I mean, we got a little action here.
We do for sure.
We don't. It's 3 to a royal for Nemeth, but I thought we had 2 hearts on the board. This is probably just over.
You would imagine that being the case. Ali bet 75,000 into 280. And that doesn't tend to Hollywood here, and he's going to float. So we do have a little action. You were right the first time, Hanks.
Yeah.
And maybe you knew it was coming here. Now open-ended.
You're just.
And how concerned is Ali of a hand like King Queen?
We are, although I think King Queen is probably just all in pre, where Nemeth was going to send Ali in. You know, we might be able to remove that. Ali hoping he's up against a hand like King 10, any king really that he can target. There it is. He's jamming exactly for that. He's also denying equity from these backdoor types of hands that Nemeth can have. Jack 10 of hearts is a pure example of that.
And Nemeth floats the flop and now hits one of the best cards in the deck for him. But unfortunately, just not getting the price to call and does let it go. And Ali picks up a nice pot. He goes from 555 up to 820,000. So all those chips he gave away with the 3-bet with ace-5, he's gotten them all back and then some. And Ali back up to 21 big blinds. You know, getting back to that ace-5 hand, and yeah, I agree with you. Nothing to criticize whatsoever. I do marvel at how the game continues to evolve. Something that I don't know we would have seen a play like that, say, 5-7 years ago.
Turkish tea, please.
Yeah, it's
big one.
You find thin 3-bet folds, and you also just find thin 3-bets that are going to take down pots, right? I mean, Ali there could absolutely have just picked up the pot and forced a better hand to fold. If Dvorak had a hand like ace-8, ace-9, ace-10, you know, maybe even ace-jack off, those hands might hit the muck. It is a fascinating sort of evolution and difference in the game now.
Yeah, I assume
it's the walk.
I assume when somebody is putting in a small 3-bet on a shorter stack, they're fairly polarized, meaning, you know, they're doing that with the absolute top of their range and, you know, 1 or 2 bluffs, right?
Yeah, and those bluffs almost always contain an ace in their hand. You know, would he do the same thing with a hand like King Jack off? Possibly, and he'd be looking to 3-bet fold that hand. Now, King Jack off might have a little bit better post-flop playability in the event that we're called all in. We're flipping against, you know, all the middling pocket pairs that would call an all-in shove, 8s, 9s, 10s. You know, you're 50-50 there. Whereas ace-5 suited, if you move all in pre, you get called. You're very likely dominated, or you're, you know, in a 70-30 sort of spot when you get called by 8s, 9s, 10s, those sorts of hands.
Good point. Good point. Brent Hanks offering analysis here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in Northern Cyprus. 8 players remain, including Jason Kuhn, one of our shorter stacks right now on just 350,000.
It's about tree
fitting. It looks like he is going to put all of it in there.
Yeah, he's got no choice. Folds around to him on the button. Jack 10, a couple Broadway tickets. You're just hoping to get this thing through.
Yeah, he's got 7 bigs now. Blinds are up.
I don't think Ali can call. This is for half his chips. Even though Ali feels and knows that King High can be the best hand, I mean, that's a genuine face from Ali. He knows that Kuhn can have this sort of holding, where King High can be best. But it is for half of Ali's stack that he has worked so hard to accumulate and maintain on this ICM payout bubble.
Jack 10 of clubs.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head.
You weren't exactly right, but you were as right as you can be without being exact. My exact hand.
Shit. By the way, Jason adds about 37% to his stack by that shove. That's huge for him.
That's good there.
Blinds 25,000, 50,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
These stack sizes continue to get smaller in relation to the blinds. Nemeth, our chip leader now with under 40 bigs.
5-4 clubs. Or...
Oh, this is the hand Jason Kuhn was
Oh,
waiting
hello.
for. You get the, yeah, you get the Jack 10 through. You're thanking your lucky stars, and then you pick up aces.
You're gonna be sick, baby.
That's strong, too. He gives the old Scotty win impression, drops him in place. The problem for Andrash, problem now for Ali. This solves everything for Nemeth, as Ali's going to rip it.
Yeah, I don't think Nemeth would have gotten away from it, but now he can.
He looks pretty sick, all right.
You can be sick, baby.
500?
No, 475.
You're gonna be sick, baby.
475.
It is Jason Kuhn at risk.
You really gonna be sick, baby.
I hope I'm not sick, baby.
Jack high flop.
Some sickness.
I don't like it. I've been playing too much short deck. Okay, baby.
Yep. No running straight cards here. Ali looking for a 10 and only a 10. And that, my friends, is not a 10. And Jason Kuhn with the full double up and then some. I mean, this could not have worked out better. You get the open from Nemeth, and then you get the full double from Ali, plus the blinds and antes. And Kuhn goes from 350,000 chips a blink ago to now 4th place with 1.15 million.
Very lucky.
You said this
exactly
before.
what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, he literally gets 7 big blinds through with Jack 10 offsuit, and then the full double and then some.
Well, no, I wouldn't have had the other hand.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that Ali is now left with crumbs under 300,000 chips. So Kuhn, he puts arguably, a top-tier talent and opponent very much at risk now with his stack. We understand that Ali will not make any mistakes. He understands all the ICM implications. He sees all the spots. Extremely dangerous player, and you've left him with breadcrumbs.
Yeah, I mean, as talented as Ali is, there's only so much you can do when you've got 6 bigs.
Very careful.
And the man known as Zero Human Zero online is going to go 100,000 with the Queen Jack offsuit. Divorce, at least curious. He's going to pass, though. Kuhn's got King Queen.
See what Kuhn decides to settle on here.
Just going to let it go.
Tight fold, yeah. He had to be very close to considering 3-betting small, something like 240, 250. Put Ignat into a situation where he has to either rip it home or let go.
And Tang with King
now,
Queen.
same hand.
And the difference, of course, Kuhn had to get through the rest of the players at the table. Tang only has to get through 1. And Tang makes the call. Nemeth lets it go. Not many queens left in this deck. Not many kings either, for that matter. And not a surprise that both players miss.
It's a scary texture to look at. When the big blind has defended, it's seemingly range advantage. That guy, Tang, comes 10-7-6, 2 clubs. If Ignat bets here, I mean, he is very difficult to do. He's almost going to have to sort of try and represent an overpair, and he does. He's 105 to go. He is thrilled to get a snap fold in this situation.
Question going off what you just said there. Normally, obviously, the player in the small blind would have the range advantage there. Does he still have the range advantage over and under the gun opener?
It's a great point. And actually, I didn't realize Tang called out of the small blind. I thought that was the big blind there. Nemet was in the big blind. That's right. So you're right, Tuck. That is that changes things.
Did you?
Drastically. Like Nemet is.
And by the way, I didn't know if I was right. I was genuinely asking you.
No, I
I'll
think
defer
you're
to you in
right.
those spots.
You're definitely right. If you reverse, right, or if you just put Tang in the big blind and that's the flop, that's going to change things a lot. He's going to be more wide open, getting a better price. When he calls out of the small blind, he does have sort of a capped range there. And it's, we can almost eliminate 10, 7s, 8s, 6s. I think all those hands would simply be 3-betting, trying to get it in pre, put more pressure on the stacks. Other times it's just going to be Broadway sorts of cards.
No chance, Mike.
Yeah, in that particular spot, Ignat had a lot of the backdoor equity with the 10 and the clubs out there. He had the queen of clubs, queen jack, so some straight, backdoor straight and flush equity as well. Anyway, you cut it. Ignat takes that one down. Tang takes this one. And again, Tang came into this final table as our chip leader with about 70 big blinds. Now he's on 1.2 million chips. Still comfortable, but only 24 big blinds. Nobody is deep at this final table now.
It's just going to be a chain reaction of inevitable bust-outs. Seems to be looming.
I mean, I think our chip leader has 30 big blinds right now.
Who's that kid to Ivy's left?
Right there, standing up.
Yeah, he just stood up with a back left.
Dylan Wiseman. I think our upswing coach, yellow coach.
Okay. American guy, I'm assuming?
Yeah, American. Really nice kid.
Heard Dylan Weissman's name mentioned. He just flew out for this series. He is a PLO expert. If there's a PLO tournament, high buy-in event going on, you can bet he'll be there, and he's probably a favorite to make the final table. He's made 4 consecutive in the Las Vegas PokerGo studio.
Supposed to be real aggro there.
In all of our
He is
majors.
phenomenal. Yeah, I have been fortunate enough to have him alongside me for commentary during a PLO event, and he's as good as it gets out there. He really knows his stuff when it comes to the 4-card game.
All in?
I just wasn't feeling it at all.
There you go with these
all
small
in.
pairs, right? Applying a ton of pressure. Wait till you see Tang's face when it gets back to him. Actually, Gerst is going to let him off the hook.
So a raise from Tang. Nemet picks up 5s. He's all in.
I almost just opened rips.
And Tang, yeah, decision time. But I think this makes it easier for him with 2 all-ins now with ace-queen off. You're in a terrible spot. You know you're up against. There it is. Throw the fold in.
You heard what he said. He said, I almost opened rip. Well, that would have got Nemet to fold, but would have been a flip. Ace-queen versus jacks. This is much better for Gersa, though. As, he is in a 80-20 spot instead of a flip.
I'm all in against Andras.
Very carefully.
This is a 2 million chip pot.
You're 9 feet tall, bro. They just block every angle. Oh, that's a big dude.
Oh, over 200.
Ace high flop. Talk about a butterfly effect.
Get out my.
If Tang shoves, he probably wins the pot.
Oh, very carefully.
Oh, you got to sweat here.
Let him sweat it face down.
Good game, man.
Andras.
Good game, good game.
How do you feel about it?
8, a 5, or a 3.
Maybe Andras is gonna Andras me. Could be.
Could be.
Feels safe to me in my heart.
And it is safe.
Oh, yeah.
9:30.
And that is Tang. You hear Tang moaning in the background. He folded the ace-queen pre. After he opened, got 3-bet, and then another shove behind him.
When if he opened jam.
He just called
fives, right? No, fives just
Andrus folds. And
Jack's called though.
You gotta get my sarcasm a little more often.
And I bust, huh?
He's always looking at me like, is this guy serious? Earlier with my
Where I
mic.
come from, always serious.
Yeah. He's like, this guy like didn't get my pay jump joke. Like
Lorman and getting mopped here.
And what a turn of events here, Brent. When we started this final table a little bit more than 2 hours ago, it was Gersa who
I
was
really need to pee. That sucks.
our shortest stack. And he is now our chip leader.
Just burn them. And go
40
to
big
toilet.
blinds, that's 25%, I believe, of the chips in
Well, we
play.
can throw the time bank
As
for
that
you,
graphic
maybe?
suggested just a moment
You
ago.
could just put them in the middle of the pot and go.
When these stacks are short,
You got heaps. So.
anything can happen. You really can't even count out
you got
Ali
lots of
Imshirovich, who's our
It's
short
not
stack
nice
right
and
now
I
at the
have
final
difficult
table.
decisions.
It's just a matter of spin. Kuhn, he's got a little heater going.
Raise 115.
And Kuhn started this hand with about 22 big blinds. And this could be trouble for the tournament phenom.
Oh yeah, this is
Andras
certainly a
Nemeth
cooler.
with 8s. He is all in. He's going to get looked up.
Call, showdown.
10s versus 8s, and it is the man who was just chip leader, I mean, I want to say 4 minutes ago. That's how quickly things change. Nemeth was chip leader just a couple of minutes ago, runs 5s into jacks, and now 8s into 10s.
I was just thinking about what I want to drink.
And he is 2 cards away from being eliminated in 8th place.
Oh, he's doing the walk away.
Ooh, he's picked up some equity now.
Spicy.
Always a switch.
Put the backpack on, you might get me. Hurry up.
Not to be. 5 of diamonds on the river. And the Nemeth who came into this final table second in chips, was chip leader for much of it, bows out in 8th place. He'll take home $64,000 as well.
For a second there, it looked like
And we get a pay jump
in that bottle of red.
with just 7 remaining.
Yeah.
Take a look at our GG Poker payouts. Sinan Unlu bowed out in 9th place. He took home $64,000. Andras Nemeth also taking home $64,000 for his 8th place finish. Our next casualty will take home $80K. Everybody with their eye on the prize, $432,000 up top.
Sick, baby.
Yeah, make a little room now. 7-handed, stretch out a little bit.
Daddy's like, why aren't you fucking slamming it right
Guys
in
are
his
loosening
face,
up.
man?
Meanwhile,
God,
Kuhn's
you-
got himself a pile, I believe.
I love
He's got to be
trivia.
near the chip lead, if not the chip leader, along with Girsa.
How much you got now, Jason?
Let's find out, man. Looks like here's $1,000,008 and some change.
Was that me?
And some
I believe
change,
Kuhn
I
is
think,
second in
yeah.
chips
I
right
fold.
now, right behind Gersa. And let's not forget, I mean, Kuhn had 350,000 chips. He had 7 big blinds
Cut off,
in orbit ago.
putting king, queen. Yeah, exactly, bro.
It happens fast, Tuck.
I actually thought I was about half dead on that turn.
Yeah, right.
I was like,
come on.
I was like, I'm gonna hit a 10 for sure. Like, offsuit 10, shower.
The needle 10 on the river.
Yeah.
It's always like this.
Mark S in the chat says that would have been tough mentally for Kuhn had he lost that after he went out yesterday. the way he went out. Yeah, Kuhn's been around the block, though. He's a pro.
You win, brother.
He's seen it all.
Pay that man his money. He didn't have it that time either. That's a sad part.
Ignat with the artistic chip stacks.
Rob Young had a great tweet this morning about Jason Kuhn. He said, good luck at Jason Kuhn in the 25K final table. Monday, Kuhn said to Rob, Rob, I hate tournament poker. 6 all-ins, lose them all. I'm going to bed. On Tuesday, I love this game. Chip leader in the 50K Triton event. And now fast forward, here we are Sunday at his second final table in Northern Cyprus. And he says that Jason, just like the rest of us mortals, cries and like a bitch when losing.
Wow.
How much?
8-10.
8-10.
Good buddies, Rob and Kuhn.
Well, Ollie's going to cry if he doesn't win this one. Divorce is thinking about it. Divorce folds. Wow.
You guys are going heads up?
Nice. He's folding. King, queen, the mutt.
Ibenger doesn't even look. He calls. Right?
Can't you just look at one card and call, please?
I don't know about that. He's got 200 summits.
Oh,
what's it, 5 big blinds?
6-4 suited, it's going to make a difference in your hand. You can't just call any 2. 6-4 suited might be a contender.
Yeah, for a second I thought it was just 3 big blinds. It's actually 5 big blinds. He's got 95,000 behind, so.
Not folding.
What a win this would be for Ollie. I mean, he's got ace-king, so he doesn't mind the action, but to get a 5 big blind shoved through, that's huge.
Looks like Ibenger will gamble.
You call. Sweet.
He does make the call.
I suppose there's a world in which if it just comes all Broadway, we can get off of it, but he just drills it. Double-gutted.
Yeah, he's...
Seems like a bad board.
This is a huge flop for him. It's now 50-50. Can catch a 7 or a 3 to make the straight, a 6 or a 4 to make a pair.
I hope he's like unnecessary. Take it all. Dropping with aces.
Ollie says take it all.
I know.
Ooh. Oh my God. That was a great board.
Double belly buster. I said underrated on that one, man. What?
Coin flip here for Ollie's tournament life. So far, so good. Ollie now a 2-1 favorite to survive.
You got a
the outs from the top of your screen.
6-4 of hearts. All right. 6-4 of hearts.
Got the wrap.
That's a strong one.
2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 3, 4.
Sweet.
Somehow,
what a
some
hold.
way. Yeah. Ollie Mzerovic does double up. He's back up to 565,000, or just a little bit over 11 big blinds. Ibenger decided to gamble, flopped a huge draw, but could not get there.
Hurt me. Flip. Flip on the flop.
And that hurts Ibenger. He's now down under 600,000. I know Ali only had 5 big blinds, but I thought maybe he would let the 6 high go, simply because of how short Ali is and how that could take a chunk of his chip stack in the event that he were to lose.
Oh, right.
At what stack depth
5-1-5 behind.
Do you have to just stick it in with the big blind? I mean, if somebody shoves all in for 3.5 big blinds, are you just pot commit? Are you just like, any 2 cards I've got to call off?
Yeah, I think you're in there for that short, but for for 5, I think we can get off of it. But Ibinger, listen, all they do is do the math. All they do is run these spots. I'm sure he understood that his hand was clearly very live.
Maybe offsuit he folds, suited he calls. Regardless, that man right there did get the full double, and then some. And we could see action here, though. Raise from Tang. Observich calls. 9 high flop. Ace queen. Second time Tang has picked up ace queen in the last orbit. First time he had to bet fold it. He raised folded pre. Would have flopped top pair and rivered 2 pair and won a big one. This time he gets to see the flop and still has the best of it and is going to win a small one. Tang back up to 26 big blinds. By the way, I appreciate the commentator-friendly $25,000 blind level.
Yeah, makes it a little bit easier for us, Tuck, especially if we don't have our calculator next to us. Ignat has been quietly impressive, just hanging around, got some real thin opens through. You got a thin bluff through post flop. And he's going to come with it again here. Ace 7 suited.
Let's see if the rest of the table has picked up on this. Yeah, I concur. I mean, Ignat has done a really good job of chipping up, maintaining his stack without picking up premiums. DeVos continues to play tight. Kuhn with ace 8. So aces are cheap. Only one left in the deck from what we can see. And Ignat gets 2 hands that are better than his to fold by opening the ace 7. Tang gives him a little bit of action. Ignat flops a 7. Pot's 275,000 chips. Action on Ignat. He's going to check it back.
Yeah, that check back almost induced Tang to try and bet this sort of texture. Ignat now, with the presence of another 9, has to feel oh so good about the best 7.
After checking back the flop, Ignat decides to fire the turn, and then this hand. And Ignat, very workmanlike, as you mentioned, up to 1.1 million chips. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here. I want to thank you all for joining us here for For the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe, we're in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa.
Yeah, sometimes.
10 events. And it all ends with a $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl. That's April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Before that, though, we've got events pretty much every day. Tomorrow,
to do it, you know?
I believe the $50,000 PLO event that was scheduled originally to be a $25K, but they upped the ante, and it is now a $50K PLO.
They say it all. Just
That was really like
People in the chat kind of wondering if Divorce is playing, Dana Divorce is playing too tight, playing so tight, folding the ace-jack, folding in certain spots. And I think, you know, going back to what you said earlier about you making money when you fold in this game.
Yeah, you're going to see the best players in the world playing overly tight at final tables in these situations. That is just what this game has become. Ace-jack is a pretty tough hand. You know, typically you're expecting Ignat to be opening off a tighter range there. Clearly we can see at home that he's been getting away with a lot.
Yeah, keep in mind, the players at the table are not privy to what we have seen. They don't know that. And avoiding marginal spots just makes you money. So, you know, what seems like a slam dunk to us because we can see the cards is anything but. Ignat playing the Helmuth with the Queen 4 offsuit. And by the way, Queen 4, all the rage. If you want to pick up a Queen 4 t-shirt, you can. It's available. Where can I get it, Brent?
You certainly can, Tuck. I'll tell you what. Thank you so much for that plug. How about shop.pokergo.com? I'm going to put the link right here in the chat. You guys can go check it out. We've got all sorts of apparel available to you, including the Queen 4 White Magic t-shirt. We've got the Poker Rushmore hoodies and t-shirts as well. No Gamble, No Future apparel, hats, you name it.
Yeah, I've got the No Gamble, No Future hoodie. Very comfy. It's a winner. And I will definitely pick up the Queen 4. How can you not?
There's a lot of cool stuff in there. There's also full poker table felts, unused at the World Series of Poker, also on set at Poker After Dark, high stakes poker. If you're trying to deck out a poker table, well, we got the felt for you.
I'll just pick up one of those and make it a quilt. I mean, I don't know how to do it, but I think my wife could do that. That'd be pretty cool.
You can't make a quilt, Tuck?
No, I cannot make a quilt. I mean, I'm sure I could YouTube it and figure it out, but no. Right now, I would have no clue. Ignat's going to bet here for value with Queen 4. And Tang not going to give him any. Lets the 9 go. Nice fold there from Tang. And Ignat, just another small one. Now up to 1.2 million. That's just 24 bigs, though.
Steady.
Yeah, well, anything but quiet and steady. That's PokerGO Hold'em. It's all fun. It's all excitement. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. It's available on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Play against Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu. Their avatars are in the game.
Yeah, you can
Brent Hanks
buy
calls
the
the action in that
avatars,
one.
Play with them. You'll hear my voice throughout it. It is a ton of fun.
Fold.
Well, it took us a couple hours to get a couple of eliminations. First 2 hours we had none. The last 45 minutes we've had a couple. Still, 7 players remain. All 7 guaranteed 80,000. And we got a bit of action here. Pair of 6s for Gersa. And a monster flop for Ignat, who's open-ended with a flush draw. 3-2 favorite despite having Jack high right now. Gersa, our chip leader, by the way. Ignat hits a pair, but it's not enough. He is still behind. That is not the card he wanted. Check, check once again. And that's much better for him. Ignat with the flush. There's a straight on the board.
I don't really see a world in which Gersa can put any more money into the middle here. You'd simply be calling in hopes of chopping. Any 9 makes a better straight.
Look at it. Ignat checks it.
Wow.
Sneaky check.
Yeah, that's the...
That is a chop, man.
A little fancy play syndrome for Ignat. He did his best to try and get a little bit more money in the middle. Hoping his opponent somehow had a 9 or would at least bluff at it.
Sorry, guys. But let's say he doesn't see the chop and he mugs. I shouldn't even be saying anything. Right? Yeah.
Ignat now 3rd in chips. Just 26 big blinds, but he has done a great job, as you mentioned, up to 1.29 million. His chip, the chip leader on his left.
Just changed these, huh?
Marius Gersa. Jason Kuhn in 2nd place right now.
Good question from Texas Ranger. Where is Tony G? He was all over the last Cyprus stream that we did. He's nowhere to be found here. I don't know. I haven't seen the G.
Yeah, you know what? Tony G's a busy man. He's got a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in life, obviously. It's a shame not to see him because he's always entertaining. I'm sure he'll be at the next one.
940 behind, 990 total.
Brent, I know it's been a while for you, but you've been there before. How mentally draining, how physically draining is it playing a final table where, you know, you just can't take a hand off? You know, normally early on in the tournament, you're playing cash games maybe, you're not 100% focused 100% of the time, but you can't do that at a final table. You've got to be there each and every hand. How exhausted are these players at this point?
They're certainly fatigued, but you know, when you reach a final table, all the money is on the line. You're in the moment. You're very present, and there's no way around that. So I would be hard pressed to think that any one of these guys lacks the discipline or the motivation to be here composed and really ready to try and take home the title today. Ali's a great example, right? I know he just found that double up with ace-king, but you know, he was short. He was down to 5 big blinds, and he's maintained that composure. You're going to see it from all these players.
Yeah, the one constant with all these great players is they just don't give it away, you know. Even when it looks like their situation is dire and they've got one foot out the door, they're not going to give it away. They're going to fight. Tang picks up ace-queen again. He is becoming Mr. Ace-Queen here at this final table. Thought he might just grip and rip that, but he's going to raise.
He said ace-queen a lot, as you pointed out. And hasn't really had the opportunity to play for stacks. He might have it here.
I mean, is he raise calling off ace-queen here?
Oh, yeah. If DeVoris moves it in with 2 6s, Tang is calling with the ace-queen this time.
All in.
And there, well, he's going to get the chance to. DeVoris does move all in. This is the second time Tang has raised with ace-queen and been shoved on.
He didn't snap call. I mean, he knows DeVoris is playing very tight, very snug, but you got to remember all pairs. Ace-jack suited comes into play. Even king-queen suited might be an all-in for DeVoris.
Tang has him covered, but it is super close.
Wow. Sweet.
There you have it, 6s versus ace-queen. The rest of the table loves this. We talk about, we've been referring to the collision factor. Every time you fold, there's a chance this could happen. And Daniel DeVoris, his tournament life on the line with pocket 6s. Will they hold? Not looking good for him. Queen on the flop. Well, he's picked up a few extra outs here. A 6 or a 4. Hot nearly 2 million chips. Here's the river. And it's a 5.
Everything. You got me, right?
I think so.
He has more than 9.
I have like 1 million here.
Yeah. GG.
Yeah, Daniel DeVoris is covered. He'll be eliminated in 7th place. He takes home $80,000 for his efforts. And I believe that hand will take us to break. Kuhn with the pat on the back of DeVoris as he exits in 7th place, earns himself $80,000, and that leaves us with 6 players. A little bit of consolidation with the chips. Tang. Now I want to say our chip leader as we look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Everybody at the table now guaranteed $96,000. First place, $432,000. We will take a short 10-minute break. Back in 10.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal, winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in, $6 million awaits the winner. Of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
correct.
Of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic. And he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs in a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort.
Correct.
Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against Jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
oh, I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, could King Jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear King Jack of clubs, or King Jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check
thing.
raising the flop with King Jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God. There it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh, my God. I escaped.
Oh, man, it's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh, my God.
Elmuth needs a 7, 9, or queen here.
Wow. Threw him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go pick a time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It's amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh, my God. Wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys, oh my God. Try to outplay me, the best player in the world. I'm just going to re-raise Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover,
You still
Ollie.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Cats with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got Kevin in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
You still got a bunch of that.
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true. You want to see ace queen.
Yeah. Don't forget about the red 9. Where's the red 7?
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything but a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap about. So hold him right.
not my specialty.
Not really mine anymore either.
And here's the turn card. It's a
He does hit that
5.
straight, so now it is Brian over a 4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's
them.
your lucky dealer. You good?
That's my girl. That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't-
very nicely.
I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
say
talk.
anything. Carrie, you can't.
Where is that in the rules?
Can you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really
can't
even
say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen, a lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are about
Oh,
to
you're allowed
throw
to talk
down.
turn a hand. What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk.
Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30
Stand
extra seconds?
corrected.
Because I've been trying to get him to stop talking. We've been like calling him before. Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time make up. I spent 2
You
minutes
should
trying
have
to
as
get
much time as you want.
115 when he called for the floor. There's a 115 when he called for the floor. I looked.
Multi-way pops, even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pop.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
how much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I
I'll
say
give him.
something?
I'll give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit
Can I
it.
say something? There was a bunch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Justin, you
That's
agree that's
fine.
reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Call. You got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call.
So it's 6s against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not 1 but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and El Jefe carry Katz.
The 648, that or whatever it was that Bonomo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Bonomo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Bonomo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and El Jefe picks up some jacks.
Jefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading 7s, jacks, queens, 6s.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, dealer, we need a
Just
jack.
the smallest of favorites
Boom.
against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real-world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean, this is-
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and 2
Vogelsang.
aces.
Welcome back. The 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're here for event number 3, live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in North Cyprus. The 25K No Limit Hold'em is down to 6 players. Right before the break, we lost Daniel DeVoris. He takes home $80,000 as his 6s were no match for our chip leader, Danny Tang's Ace Queen. That's right, we got a new chip leader. It's the same chip leader we had at the start of play today. It has been a ride, a roller coaster ride for Mr. Tang, but he is back on top.
Just nobody running away with it here. You can see on the leaderboard how even Steven this final table is. Even for Ali Amshurovich, our short stack, it's just a a spin up away from being in contention here, and it may all start right here with this Queen 10.
Yeah, blinds now 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Ali on just 6.5 big blinds. He lets the Queen 10 go. And to your point, I mean, just nobody deep. And we have seen these situations before where short stacks become chip leaders. Chip leaders are out. That is exactly what we've seen today. This man right here,
120.
Gersha, he came into this final table as our short stack. And he was chip leader for a brief moment. He's currently second in chips. And he's going to put a min raise out there with King Jack suited. Six-handed play. We should speed up things just a little bit. I want to welcome all of you joining us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, on the luxonpay YouTube channel, and of course on the PokerGO YouTube channel. If you are watching on PokerGo's channel, please hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up. We'll be here all week. The more you support our channel, the more free content we can give you. Ibinger in the big blind. Is he just deciding whether it's worth it for him to see a flop? And I guess there's your answer.
Yeah, he's trying to peel, connect. Let's see 3. If we get something, we go with it. Oh, my.
Well, he has connected. And Gersha as well, so wouldn't surprise me at all if we saw the chips go in. 330,000 in there. Ibinger, the stack to pot ratio just over 1.
All in. Call. Showdown.
There's the all in. There's the call.
Fair fight.
And basically a coin flip for Ibinger's tournament life. Fair fight here.
Third try is usually good.
I don't see how you could win this.
Like too many outs.
Chop out. Oh no, no.
Deuce of spades.
15 outs here for Gersha.
You always like the chops, huh?
Didn't win a 9 of clubs.
He was a favorite on the flop. He's no longer a favorite. 1 card to come.
Oh.
It's a 10. Ibinger makes a straight. And the full double up to 1.1 million.
That is very unfortunate.
Third lane is always good.
Evening out even more now. Officer Ibinger, at your service.
I owe you a pre-flop time bank.
You have tough hair right there, man.
I know.
Yeah, he's like, this dude's got 2 overs and flush draw. I'm all in.
That's yours.
$260 back? $270 back?
Yeah, 330 total. Just 270 back.
There's our chip leader, Danny Tang.
I believe I dodged it.
So lucky.
Hard to do, man.
We got the pinks in play. Are those the 100K chips? I think
They are, yeah. Those are 100K each. Yellows are yellows are 25K each. Tango's 150 on this one. So that's 2.5x, 2.5 times the big blind. Greens are just 5K.
See a flop.
And those reds are 100K each. Ollie makes the call.
Oh, my.
Oh, what a flop here. Yeah, I was going to say a jack-high flop and Ollie's done, but the 9-high flop, just beautiful.
A bit of a stop and go for Ali. This could get looked up. Tang would be in terrible shape.
Not good. Not good.
Oh, wow.
Not good. 10.
Yeah, Ali will double
lucky.
up 86% of the time.
I heard that yesterday.
You are very lucky.
Say it, Jason.
We're all very lucky.
We are all very lucky here.
Deuce, no luck there. Tang looking for a king.
Sorry, man.
It was a pleasure playing with you guys.
Yeah, GG, man.
Ooh.
180?
Yeah.
What a comeback here for Ollie.
Another shorty. First Ibinger, now Ali.
Clubs, boy.
Stack starting to even out, even towards the top. Nobody running away with it.
Then I might have folded.
All these guys play so perfect. It's going to be just about distribution. Who can be the luckiest here today?
Yeah, I know, and Jason Kuhn correctly pointing out all these guys are lucky. They certainly are. And I think the even distribution of the chips makes for a very interesting final table.
1,040,000.
A different one than you might see normally, where one person runs away with it. We saw that yesterday when the Milkman won event number 2, the short deck.
Yes. Yep, 750.
The Milkman was really pressing the envelope yesterday, too. I'm not so sure he played particularly great. He just bulldozed and steamrolled the entire final table. High variance approach to a high variance game.
Scoreboard, baby.
I hear you.
How much did you start into the day?
Huh?
What
Today? 840. You got what you started with?
I have 35k more.
Sorry, 125. 125.
Ignat. Ignat's kind of like, you were talking about him earlier. He's quiet. You know, we know about his, his online poker accomplishments, known as Human Zero. Just kind of laying in the weeds here.
He's played very, very solid. Wow, here comes Ali. Here we go. This is sort of the big little suited queen, extremely polarizing, looks like a great deal of strength, and he has absolutely nothing. Also lays a price to Ignat for sorts of hands that he may want to continue with. This is straight from the streets here from Ali.
Yeah, we saw this earlier with the ace-5 of spades. This time he does it with queen-3 of hearts.
750.
You sort of wonder if Ali has gotten some feedback, some notes, saying, hey, Ignat has been opening wide often.
Yeah, Ignat's done this with 8-6. He's done this with ace-4 offsuit. This time he's actually got a pretty good hand in king-queen. And it's only 135,000 to call. You are getting a heck of a price.
Quite a hand.
Wow. Wow.
I'm surprised he didn't at least call that, but he just sensed that
was
small
so
3-bet
fearful.
as strength. Yeah.
So fearful that Ali just had the goods, and he was in rough shape.
How effective is that? What a play. To not risk your tournament life and somehow be able to get that small 3-bet through. That is huge. Such a creative play from Ali.
Twice so far to do it. Both times reward.
You gotta do
You know, again, we saw him do that earlier with ace-5 against Daniel DeVoris. Daniel DeVoris had queens that time, so it wasn't going to work there, and it didn't. But this time, he gets king-queen to fold.
There's only one. It's okay.
Yeah.
Chuck James says it best in the chat. He says, gangster move.
It really was. Ali does that from time to time, and it's, you know, it's very low frequency, but it's extremely successful when he does it.
Oh. And everybody at this table is so talented, but pretty sure nobody at the table wants this gentleman to get chips. He can be a handful when he starts accumulating chips.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He gets in the Ali zone.
Once again, a quick glance at the PokerGo Tour leaderboard, and you see that Ali Amzarovic is our leader. Number one, the top 21 will play in a $500,000 free roll. There's the man who is leading everybody. And he will add more points to his PokerGo Tour lead. Today. Guaranteed 58 points right now. First place worth 259 points and $432,000. What do you get? Do you? I know the top 21 get $500K. Is there a bonus for first place?
No, it's top 21. You qualify for the Tour Championship in December. $500,000 winner take all. Now, all of our majors that happen inside the studio in Las Vegas, the U.S. Poker Open, the Poker Masters, the PokerGo Cup. There's a $50,000 sweetener at the top for the player of the series for those events. I'm uncertain if we have the $50K sweetener here for the Super High Roller Series in Cyprus. I don't believe that is the case. I will certainly look into that, but regardless, a ton of money that comes back to the players. I mean, you've already talked about the rake-free notion. Show up on time, you don't pay rake. You play the majors, you win the points race. That is a $50,000 sweetener for the player of the series, not to mention the $500,000 winner-take-all Tour Championship. When it comes down to it, at the end of the day, PokerGo is giving back more than $700,000 to the players who participate.
I swear, it was very
on
long
the PGT.
It was super back and forth.
Fantastic.
And we were motivated to play 3 hours heads up.
Overs.
Yeah, those were the days, huh?
And a gut shot for Gersha. But a pair of threes for Ignat.
Look at that. It was late May. Late May.
This is blind on blind.
You can find it.
Gersha did not bet the flop. Let Ignat hit a pair of threes, and it goes check, check once again.
Well, now I feel good. Like, if it's a quick flip, and
This might be a really nice card to consider bluffing if we're Gersha with just queen high on the river. He's just going to knuckle it back.
Yeah, not convinced he can get an ace high to fold or a pair of threes to fold, and sure enough, Ignat wins that one with a pair of threes. Gersha now down to 1.4 million.
With a king queen, what'll work?
I know, man. Four-ring's hard.
I actually don't know how to play folding at all. Queen jack.
I just felt like it, man.
I want to welcome all of you to our stream. If you're just joining us, it's been a long road. We started over 3 hours ago with 9 players. We've lost 30 players so far. Down to our final 6.
Yeah, 130.
How much did you start with, please?
1,040,000.
1,040,000.
Tang's our chip leader, but not much in it.
And he continues to collect ace-queen. It's the third or fourth time he's picked up that hand here in another good spot.
$1 million.
1 million raised.
And Tang's going to commit himself.
I'll let you keep 40K.
Pass.
See if anybody can pick up a big hand behind him. Nobody going to give him action.
Yeah, I'm in.
Tang probably pretty happy to take that one down.
Wow. King Queen, so beautiful.
I had the Danny D. I was going to maybe put 2 6s out there.
It's hard to believe that you're chip leading at this stage of a final table and you only have 30 big blinds with 6 players remaining. It has been neck and neck throughout.
Yeah, for sure. And you'd be hard pressed to guess who goes to win this one. See that box next to the dealer on their right, on her right? That is a shot clock. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. They do get time extensions. Very rarely do you see the players ever use them. Ace Queen now in Ollie's hand.
135.
Blinds 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante.
Pass.
I was calling.
And Ollie shows the ace queen and collects the chips. And Ollie now up to 1.3 million. He might be a hand away from being the chip leader himself.
Yeah, here comes the rise of Ali Amshurovich, the Bosnian bandit, the phenom. #1 on the PG leaderboard. He's the reigning player of the year. 2021 campaign was remarkable. If he goes back to back, you know, already we think he's the best tournament player in the world based off of what he did in 2021. To already be a contender, leading the leaderboard almost halfway through the year thus far. You know, this kid is just special. He truly is. And I think he works harder or as hard as anybody out there, including the likes of Jason Kuhn right here.
Yeah, I mean, tournament poker can be so fickle, and there's no doubt that he and everybody at this table is talented, and he's got some special talents.
And then I'll get aces.
It would be remarkable to go back to back
790,000.
in a
You're all in? I call.
among a field as tough as this, and
here we go.
All in and a call. Yeah, blind on blind, cooler of sorts. Ibinger
Big
picks
hand,
up
boys.
ace-7 in a small blind. He just walks into it.
Big flip.
And
Big flip.
if Ollie's hand holds up here, he will be our chip leader.
It's hard to chop it. 3, 4, no, there's 9, 10.
Jack 10, 9, 8, and then if we
8,
chop up, it's
9.
okay. But I just want to, have no sweat
7,
to
8,
lose.
9, 10. Tap go, subject, can't chop.
Anyone an
6,
ace?
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you can chop.
An ace.
There we go. No chop.
I folded ace-8 off.
Ibinger's got some backdoor stuff going on.
Ace check off here.
Ace 3 off.
I always believe you.
I get you every time. It's so funny.
And now just an ace will save
I mean, today it looks believable.
Ibinger.
They buy it, huh?
Good game, bro.
GG,
Not an ace. When we say goodbye to Ibinger, he exits
Hard
the
to kill, and then
stage
suddenly all
in
the
6th
chips.
place.
Annoying guy.
Talented Austrian
Yeah,
officer
he looks like
Ibinger,
green bean,
known for the
Goku.
patented road cone
Fancy bits, huh?
orange
Yeah.
hoodie.
But
Usually
gets knocked the
owns a
fuck out,
pair of
proper
aviators
ripped
as
apart,
well.
and then almost dead.
Not today. 5th place. Out the door.
Take a look at the GG Poker payouts, and Matthias Ibinger, our latest casualty. He'll take home $96,000 for his 6th place efforts. 5 players remain, each of them guaranteed $128,000, and we've got a new chip leader. And this has kind of been the theme of the day so far, or the morning or the night, wherever you might be in the world. I know it's midnight in Australia right now. Just about 7 in the morning here on the West Coast. And we have seen short stacks become chip leaders time and time again. And maybe now it's Ignat's turn, who's on 1.2 million chips, and he's got aces.
125.
Ali, though, is our chip leader now with over 2 million.
Watch them fingers.
Tang's got 9-8 suited. Imagine he wants to see a flop.
I can't tell if Tang, what position he's in. Is he already committed to this pot by means of blinds? It looks like he was.
He's in the big blind, yeah.
Big
He is in the
blind.
big blind, yeah. Ali was big
There you
blind
go.
last hand, so a pretty easy call there for Tang out of the big blind. And he flops a flush draw.
Check.
Ignat still very much in the lead with aces. Ignat also has the ace of spades, by the way. Tang has him covered, though. 340,000 in there. In a game filled with lots of small sizings, Ignat actually bets pretty large. Bets 180. So more than half the pot.
Yeah, sizing it up. Ace of spades in your hand is clearly comfort.
Tang with the flush draw.
Yeah, with big hands,
He's
you
gonna make
create
the
big
call.
pots. Yeah, well, Tang not going anywhere with a flush draw, and he's not going to put in a raise. Understanding that Ignat, with that sizing, probably has a queen or better. And hello, shovel.
Yeah. 700,000 in there. Ignat with the ace of spades. Tang with the flush already.
And look at Ignat's reaction. 4-5 also gets there.
Check.
Which is a likely
Tang
candidate
checks.
for Tang to have as a drawing hand.
Does
See if
Ignat take the
just
free card?
decides. Yeah, just kind of remain a little under-repped on the turn with the ace of spades. A little bit worried that our opponent could have a straight, perhaps a flush already.
He's reaching. And he's going to bet the same amount. He bets 180 on the flop. He bets 180 again. Pot is 880,000. One of the more interesting hands we have seen today.
Ignat is sort of targeting a queen here in this regard. He doesn't suspect that he's up against a flush.
Tang calls. Pot is just over $1 million. River's the 8 of clubs.
You're gonna cold 4-bet so light over my 3-bet.
Just give me an ace, man.
Action on that man right there. Danny Tang has Ignat covered. Pot is just over $1 million. It looks like he's going to put out
100.
a deceptive, quote-unquote, blocker bet. As he bets 115,000 into 1.06 million. What do you make of this bet?
Well, it's interesting. You know, to be honest, I don't love it. I just think we're losing a ton of value for the times that we are cooling off our opponent who has this particular sort of holding. I mean, let's assume that Ignat has king-queen with the king of spades, right? A hand that's certainly worthy of barreling twice. Essentially the same thing. You're only getting called by that, I can't imagine, unless he's trying to sell the block, unless he's trying to induce a hand like aces or a hand like ace-queen with the spade to simply make it seem like it's a little bit stronger than what it actually is when you look at a block bet. Ignat would be, you know, considering that as a value shove here with two aces, which could work out for Tang, clearly.
And he folds!
Oh, my gosh.
Are you kidding me?
How does he just fold that hand? What in the world? How? How does he not just
10
call?
to 1. I mean, I'm not, listen, I'm sitting here talking to you, watching that, and I thought what was going through that man's head right there was, do I value shove or do I just call? I didn't think folding was ever an option, getting 10 to 1. You've got aces with the ace of spades, and yet somehow, some way, he just made the best fold I've ever seen in my entire life. Maybe I'm being results-oriented, but that is ridiculous.
Oh, that was an incredible fold. It really was. I mean, to not just flick it in there, show me a winner, buddy, you know, with top pair. Aces, the best thing you can have. That is remarkable.
I mean, he was getting 10 to 1. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And again, maybe we're being results-oriented, but the fact of the matter was, he was right. That is uncanny. I mean, I know it was just 115,000 chips, and it's just 2 big blinds, but in all my years of poker commentary, I can't remember a time I've seen something like that.
That was ridiculous. 0 human, 0. Now facing a decision for his tournament life here if he does make the call.
Yeah, he's not human.
Just chop it up. He is not human. After seeing that, he is far from human.
I mean, Hanks, I mean, can you ever see yourself folding in that spot ever? Getting
Absolutely
10 to 1?
Not. No.
Call. Slow down, please.
He's going to make this call. Ace deuce versus ace deuce.
When you roll over it, I'm like, come on.
Both players with 2 live suits.
I get you. This one's mine. I don't even know. All right. I hope it doesn't matter, okay? Chop it up.
Yeah. All right. They're going to chop this up.
3.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that fold, it's just 2 big blinds. But he saves 20% of his stack. He's only got 10 big blinds right now. So those 2 big blinds are definitely important at this stage. Yeah, I'd love to pick that man's brain right there. I want to ask him about that one as well. I mean, that's just.
Oh, I think Kuhn would be mightily surprised. I mean,
Tang wouldn't everybody be
with that suspicious fake blocker bet, you know, with the flush. Tang is the one that might come unglued when he sees the sort of fold that 0 human 0 made, unhuman-like indeed. To your point,
I mean,
really ridiculous.
Yeah, the bet on the river from Tang You know, it's an interesting bet. You know, I think some people would shove on it. I think Tang probably thinks to himself, well, I don't want it to get checked back. At worst, I'll get a small. I'll get a little bit of value from big hands. Maybe I get raised on and I can get all the value. I don't think he ever in a million years would imagine a hand as good as aces would fold. Just phenomenal. Anyway, let's continue on here. 5 ways. The remaining 5 players all guaranteed $128,000. See, Donnie Peters is awake. Good morning, Donnie.
Oh, rise and shine.
And Donnie's in there with a link. He says, join the PokerGo Discord channel. Yeah, join it. It is a growing community. All sorts of conversations going on, all poker related. A little bit of nonsense, but it's all fun. So click on that link, join it. Yeah, some people in the chat, saying the obvious, where it's, it seems very exploitable, but he was right. So I guess you got to read. Yeah, I mean, clearly that's an exploitable fold. That's, you certainly wouldn't expect anybody to make. But I apologize if I'm harping on it and just beating a dead horse. I've commentated on thousands. I've commentated on thousands of hands, and I've never seen anything like that, Brent.
That's the hand of the day, and it's not even close, right? I mean, it was one of the best folds we've seen quite some time. Ridiculous. I can't really explain it.
16. Cove.
Donnie Peters says I would have been up earlier to watch, but UFC followed by F1 in Australia did me in. Understood. Understood, my man. Neither player with a pair here.
Yeah, look at Kuhn just so invested right now. The things
He
running
checks.
through his mind.
Yeah, Kuhn checking does not mean he's given up on this one. Wouldn't surprise me at
certainly
all
does
if
not.
he tried to take it away on the river. Kershaw, Kuhn, 2 guys you might expect to battle on the football field, battling here on the felt instead.
Check. Showdown.
And it goes check, check. Kuhn does give up. Kershaw's going to win it with ace high. Aditya Sadhu asking how much time they have to act. Each player has 30 seconds stacked on their hands. Those little red cards in front of them, those are time extension cards. Most players don't seem to use them, though. The play has been quick. Zero Human Zero standing up. He's going to take a seat again, and he is my hero. I'll tell you that. Mark Fromm says, remember, boys, there's a difference between a poker pro and a chat pro. Yeah, chat pros are better. Duh. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We'll be here through April 15th.
Ryan Robb in the chat.
Yeah,
Hanks, love to hear Berkey talking about you and the old days. That's cool, man. Where was he? Where was he running his mouth again this time? Berkey and I moved out to Las Vegas together years and years ago. One of my closest friends.
Did you move out together?
2.4, Danny?
Yeah, we lived together. Got moved here, and he actually came at the very end of 2007. I came in at the top of 2008. We had the whole house picked out, ready to go.
That's great. I've had Berkey on my podcast. His story is very interesting. You know, a very competitive baseball player, had an interesting childhood and life leading into poker, and he's certainly an intriguing cat, to say the least. I did not know that you guys. I did not know you guys were roommates early on.
Yeah. The total rags to riches story came from nothing. Everything he's done has been on his own accord. Extremely intelligent, a tremendous poker player.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys who marches to the beat of his own drummer, and it seems to work for him. 9-high flop, all spades, Tang with the best hand right now, and the only spade. These are the two chip leaders at the table. 4.3 million between the two of them. You'd never know they're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? It's a jack, but it's a spade.
That's trouble for Ali. I'm not sure how much money's going to go in there, but it's at least worthy of flicking in a call if Tang were to value bet that little baby shovel.
You might get one straight of value if you're Tang, right?
I think it's one, right? Yeah, I don't know what it does here on the turn, but even the event it goes check, check here, turn, and then we face a river decision or a river bet, a little splash of value.
Yeah, Ali using a time extension in a spot that seems pretty standard to somebody as simple as me. And eventually he does tap the table and check it. More laughter, more smiles.
What are they giggling at exactly?
I don't know.
Just at each other? They can't hold the poker face? I don't know what's going on here.
Check, check, and
Oh,
Ali
here.
just still can't beat the flush, though. He's got a good bluff catcher. I mean, that's about it. This is one of the longer hands we have seen, and it's not a very big one. I mean, 180,000 in there. And these guys really taking their time on this. Can Ali ever bet for value? I mean, I know it's really unconventional, but
If he does, he'll come with the sort of blockerish bet. I call it the Hefe bet. Just flick a little bit out there, sprinkle by means of value while also not allowing yourself to get raised. You know, with top
Occasionally
two,
do that
even
with-
on this sort of texture, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
There it is.
16. Call.
Ace jack.
Showdown.
Lines up.
You know, we thought Tang would get one street of value. We didn't know how it would happen. It ended up that man right there, value owning himself
Lines up.
on the river.
40, 80.
Hope Jones, he who laughs last, laughs best. I like it.
Serendipity.
Blinds now 40,000, 80,000. Five-handed.
Tough spot with ace jack.
At the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. I believe the 50K PLO event has begun. That originally was slated to be a $25,000 event.
Not qualified.
Jason says no play. Ollie picks up ace-9. Pretty likely to play this one. He flicks a couple of chips in there. David Sumner says, that was exhausting. Yeah, I agree. Ace-Jack versus threes. Small pot, but a lot in it.
While they're just giggling at one another.
Yeah. Like I said, you'd think it was a friendly home game playing for a few bucks, and you'd never know they're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
$160.
Jason Kuhn. Making it 160, sorry. Let's say min raise.
I believe, Tuck, it's about that time, by the way. It's Masters o'clock, baby.
Oh, Masters o'clock. Listen, I'm not, I love golf. I do love golf. I like playing the game, but I'm not going to lie. I might watch golf 5 days a year. And Masters on Sunday Masters is, just
one of the 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is a golf course that I will never play in all likelihood, and would love to.
You're not alone, David.
I know.
I don't think many out here are going to have the opportunity to play at Augusta.
Many years ago, I got the opportunity to interview Jim Nance. He was covering the NFL in the UK when I was living in London, and he often covers the Masters. And when I talked to him about that, you could see in his face that that was not a job for him. That was just pure love.
Now, hold on. As we watch Girsa decide what to do with this King-9, he will flick in the call, but you said you interviewed Jim Nance. Where was this?
Yeah. Let's see a turn card to see if we get anything interesting coming out here. Both players with a straight draw now. Gersha's got a double gutter, though. He's going to check. Ace high is good right now. Kuhn a 3-1 favorite to win the hand if it goes to showdown. Goes check, check. 880,000 in there. This is a pretty big pot. Board pairs. And does Gersha bet and try to get an ace high to fold? Kuhn did raise under the gun.
A very cool spot to do it. He certainly can have all of the sixes here that he was not going to give up on the flop.
Would he bet a 10 for value at this point?
I think so, yeah. And having a 9 key card as well in the hand, able to, sort of safely feel good about 9-8. That's what makes Kuhn's decision a little bit difficult, right? It's a 6. It's a jack that's value betting, no doubt. And then it's a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, Queen 9 missed. King Queen missed. King 9, as you can see, also a miss. And Kuhn is trying to work this one out in his head.
Queen 8 would be also considered.
Yeah.
All those having that 8 makes it a little bit more difficult, right? We remove one of the 8s from the deck. But he's going to find the inner workings of his soul. See if he can pick apart this guy. Gersa. Great bluff attempt here by King High.
Yeah, Kuhn's getting 5.5 to 1.
And that's the scary part, too, right? Because wouldn't a jack do this? Great sizing. I think a pretty decent 10 as well.
I think you could argue with this sizing anyway. Wow. What a call. What a call. I mean, in the last 20 minutes, we have seen epic fold and an epic call. That's amazing. Just unbelievable. And Kuhn now up to 2 million chips. Gersha, who was our chip leader about 30 minutes ago, dips below 1 million chips. He's now on about 11.5 big blinds. Just, this is some of the best poker I have seen ever. This is just unbelievable play from everybody. And you can see Gersha just kind of in his head thinking about that one. Like, should I have bet more? Should I not try that against Kuhn? What's the play? Anyway, to answer your question, when I lived in London, I worked for Sky Sports. I was covering the NFL for them.
Okay.
And as you know, the NFL comes to London every year. So Jim Nantz came out there to cover one of the games. And I was covering it for Sky Sports as well. So I got to interview one of my heroes as a broadcaster. I got to interview one of my heroes for Sky Sports.
You take a picture and all that good stuff? Save it on the old phone?
I've got a picture. I've got an autographed picture from him.
How did he smell?
Oh, delectable.
Cologne guy?
No, just natural. You didn't even need it.
Is that right? I could see him being more
like
of
he took 6 showers.
Like old school Stetson or Brute, you know?
Maybe he did. My nose wasn't keen enough to pick up on that.
420? That's right.
Oh,
yeah,
if it was Stetson or Brute, you're going to pick up on it.
No, but just a super nice guy.
Especially shit, second one.
Ignat, all in here?
Yeah, Ignat is all in with the Queen 5 and called by Kuhn. With a couple of mallards, you love to see it. Ducks on the pond.
What am I, 14%?
I mean, listen, if you're Ignat and you get called with Queen 5, this is not a bad spot. You got 50-50. See if that amazing fold pays off here. Deuce is still in the lead. Ignat down to what could be his last card. Looking for a queen or a 5 on the river.
GG, man.
GG, bro.
Not to be. Despite one of the best folds I've ever seen, Ignat is out in 5th place.
The mana boost.
The man known as Zero Human Zero online, eliminated in 5th. He'll earn himself
that guy's been around for
well over
as long
6
as I can
figures.
remember. As long as I've been playing poker, he's been playing poker.
128,000 for George Ignat.
What a pure little flip for Jason Kuhn. He's eyeing the podium. Top 3 right around the bend. First place prize, $432,000. Showing us why he's the best, Tuck.
Yeah, Danny Tang came into this final table as our chip leader. He's still there. Kuhn, Ali.
Yeah. 3 times, I swear to you, 3 times I thought he had Queen 5 suited that hand. Although I would look at it and be like, that's offsuit, and then I would look at the board when the hearts turned. I was like, he has Queen 5 of hearts. I just couldn't fathom.
It took me like 4 seconds to figure it out.
Like, really, when I said it, I was like, my brain couldn't.
Do you also know him?
I know who he is.
Yeah.
Like, when did you stop playing online?
Huh?
When did you stop playing online?
What?
How old were you when you?
Oh, no, I used to sweat those games, like the 2050.
Yeah, it's not even that long ago. Like 2013, he was playing this game.
2013, you must have been like 9. You were 18.
They're talking about sweating Zero Human Zero online.
I thought you were like someone like 24.
Back in the day, so to speak.
600,000.
Oh yeah.
Such a legend, really. All these guys were watching
what's
the biggest
the total
games.
stack?
Ali Msherovich, just a child
700,
watching the grind.
50, 70, 870.
Perhaps inspiring
870?
him one day to be elite in the world.
Well, it looked like we wouldn't lose anybody for quite some time, and sure enough, it took us 2 hours to lose even one player to go from 9 to 8. But the players have been falling by the wayside more regularly the last hour or so, and we're down to 4 players. Tang came in as the chip leader. He's still there. But these players, Gersha was the short stack coming into this final table. So a great result for the rest of these guys. Ace-8 versus Ace-Jack and Gersha. With most of his chips in there. Yeah, they're going to get the rest of the chips in. Kuhn with the ace of clubs, Gersha with a jack. Gersha a 2-to-1 favorite to hold.
But 18. All in.
Let's dance.
No club.
Pretty unlucky, actually, for Kuhn. Kuhn would probably think that the club or the ace would be good. But he sees now that only a club is good. $1.9 million in there. This is a monster pot.
Critical.
Another jack. And Gersha with the full double. He's up to 1.9 million. Kuhn back down to 1.6 million.
9's easy, 8's hard. That's right. Yeah, that's right. 7's easy.
By the way, all these players are now guaranteed 96 PGT points. It's PokerGO Tour points.
And for Ali Imshirovich, obviously huge for him to maintain that leaderboard, that top spot. Jason Kuhn, he'd like to finish inside the top 21 come December. He's got a shot at the $500,000 free roll. Much can be said for Danny Tang here, too. If he understands the implications that are out there for the PGT, he might join us in December.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you could join us, too, on PokerGO Hold'em, that is. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You, at home, right now, you can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
Yeah.
Tang on 2.5 million chips. Gersha, happy to see a flop. Don't know what his kicker is, but we can see he's ahead right now with a king.
Well, it's going to need to be a king or a 10, or he is behind the queen deuce. I suppose king deuce is possible, Tuck.
But 90.
Get a bet here from Tang. Gersha with king high might be a little curious. I mean, I think it's reasonable to think king high is best hand right now.
He might just have a 10 under the hood.
That's certainly possible as well. $420,000 in the pot, and Tang now checks.
If he's got a 10, you should hear from him on this street right now.
But 300.
Sizable.
Well, he's going to bet $300,000 in the 420, so he's not messing around. He's building a pot. Puts Tang in a real tough spot.
He certainly does. You know, even if he had a hand like, let's say it's King Jack, right? That is pretty good to go to showdown with. King Jack high on this sort of texture. A 10 would make a lot of sense considering the sizing.
Yeah, and Tang is going to use some of those time extension cards. And Tang makes a fold, and I guess we'll never know if Gersha had it or not. I am curious. But I think certainly a 10 does make a lot of sense. Finn Lewis says in the chat, I know you guys probably don't reply to chat, but what is that black box, the red and green buttons, and what do the buttons do? That is that's a bomb. No, yeah. It's our clock. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hand. If they need more than that, they use those little time cards. You saw Danny there use one of them. Take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang still pacing the field at 2.37 million. Gersha on just over 2 million. Ali on just about 2 million. Jason Kuhn, our short stack, but I mean, it is anybody's tournament at this point.
Wide open, absolutely wide open. Everyone neck and neck. No one really deep either. You know, it seems like, again, we're just a critical coin flip away from someone taking over sort of an overwhelming chip lead.
Tournament.
Also like, collecting all that money.
3.6. 3.6?
Maybe 3.7, yeah.
Everybody between 20 and 30 big blinds. 100. Donnie Peters in the chat says, who was ever rooting for you? Let us know.
Field, yeah.
Who do you guys want to win? I've got no dog in this fight, but I'm just cheering for really good folds and really good calls. I love great poker.
I just want some really bad beats, Tuck. You know, sick and twisted.
You are. You are. You just want blood.
Painful.
Well, you might get it here. Painful. Ali raising. Min raise here. Gersha picks up aces. Highly recommended, by the way. Four-handed. If you're playing a super high roller, pick up aces. That's good.
520.
Just going to size it up, too. I was wondering maybe if we would just flat and trap, but you got Kuhn in the big blind. You don't want to price him in. It's a larger three-betting size. We know nothing about the history between Ali and Gersha. Ali has a very pretty hand. If he thinks Gersha could ever be three-bet folding, even with large sizing like this, is King-9 of hearts good enough to rip straight through? Would he ever consider calling, taking the value of a king if he was up against jacks or queens? All these things running through his mind right now.
Well, it all comes down to it, though. Ali picks a better spot. He's going to let that one go. Gersha up to 2.4 million or 30 big blinds. You do the math. I mean, there's only about 100 big blinds in play. Not a lot of room, but plenty for these wizards. Again, the pay jump's still quite enormous. Pay jump between fourth and second, 160,000.
160.
So we know how ICM sound Jason Kuhn is, how Ali Imshirovich is. TBD on what we know about Gersha and Danny Tang, although we've seen them play a great deal of poker. The tide is right.
It's a lot of fun to watch these players change gears, too. I mean, while tight is right, I mean, we've seen Ali make two very, very creative small three bets. One he folded, one got through. He did one with ace-5 of spades and one with queen-3 of hearts. And in both spots, I mean, he was prepared to 3-bet fold, you know,
160
on about a 16, 17 big blind stack. It's just a really creative play. So while these players are playing tight, they're picking their spots still.
Well, he's an off-the-charts poker player. He's a maniac in many ways. That Queen 3 hearts hand that you're referencing, Tuck, was just, I mean, it was above the rim, maniacal, forced King Queen to fold. Hard to really explain his thought process and how he's able to accomplish and pull such feats off. He'll go down as one of the greats, one of the best to ever do it.
This roller coaster ride of a final table continues. Gersha was a club away from being eliminated. He was all in for his tournament life with top pair. And he is now our chip leader. Ollie picks up the ladies. Gersha probably doesn't like folding his big blind, but 7-3 offsuit, that's going to go in the muck.
Scott Graham, what's going on, Scott? No gamble, no future, baby. I hear you.
So are we betting on Master Sunday or what?
I got a couple futures. I mean, we got a hedge with Scheffler, which is great. In a good spot there. The only guy I don't have is Cameron Smith, and he scares the absolute piss out of me. 3 shots back.
I got 2-6.
Playing great golf.
What you have?
2.15.
2-6?
Yeah, I was a little concerned yesterday that Sunday would not be interesting, but fortunately it looks like it will be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're in a great spot if you're looking for an interesting Sunday. Yeah, all of a sudden a 3-shot lead.
125.
Imagine the amount of pressure.
2.5 or something.
Sounds right. Yeah.
On Scotty Scheffler.
1.325, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, an early birdie from a contender or an early bogey from him, and suddenly that pressure starts to really heat up. Tang's going to raise it up with ace-9 offsuit. Lots of pressure on these guys. They're all guaranteed 160,000, but the pay jumps are enormous, as you might expect. And Gersha all in. Whoa. He's starting to exert some pressure.
Shit himself. Literally shit himself.
Snap fold of ace-9 from Tang.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
What have I done? Now I've got 300.
ICM considerations for sure.
No one saw that.
People in the chat asking what happens if you use all your time extensions. Well, then you've got 30 seconds stacked on your hand. That's it. Raise from Tang. Ollie's going to call with the king 10, so clubs and diamonds are covered. Tang is dominated. Dominated no more as Tang hits his 6.
Ollie's not done with it. He's got some backdoor playability. Obviously 3 to the Royal. Can pick up straight cards. Extremely dry texture as well.
250 baht.
Tang bets 250 into 440. Not a small sizing.
500.
Raise 500.
And not only is Ali not done with it, he's going to raise.
Yeah, click back. That's exactly right. He's hoping to, well, get folds here, but also find potential turn card to get married to and apply max pressure.
What I should have done.
He's targeting all non-paired hands as well as
Oh,
5s and
500.
6s. Clearly, this would not work
Very
against
scary
a jack.
Pot is I'll call it 1.2 million, 500,000 to call. Big spot. It looks like Tang is at least curious.
Ali, in a way, getting exactly what he wanted. Don't raise. Don't do anything crazy. Let me at least get to that turn. Maybe fold, but let me see this turn. And that is an equity ticket.
Yeah. Picks up the straight draw. Obviously, he'd prefer that to be the 9 of diamonds, but does get a little bit more equity.
What I've seen from Ali from time to time is he'll come with those sort of backdoor raises like that, small sizing, and he comes again with smaller sizing here on the turn to sort of control the pot in a way. Here, a check. I don't think he suspects Tang to really ever bet here if he did have a 5 or a 6. And it would still leave the door open on the river.
Ali looking for a queen or 10. He might think a king is good as well.
Obviously, a king would be a disaster. This is clean.
River's a blank.
It is a blank for both, really, right? I mean, if Ali thinks he's up against a lot of 5s or 6s, can we ever get a bluff through here? You have to think where Tang's head is at, too. What sort of hand does he think Ali would play like this?
And Ali looks to be one and done with it as he checks, and got to imagine Tang checks it back, right?
I mean, you've got a 6.
It's a big pot.
Right? What?
Tang now up to 2.8 million. Ali down to 1.1 million. A big hit for the Wonder Kid.
I think we all wanted to see the all-in. I certainly didn't expect to continue to go check, especially when he turned some equity on the turn.
Are you surprised Ali did not go for it on the river after it went check on the turn?
A little bit, right? Because it felt capped for Tang. It certainly seemed like he had a 5 or a 6.
You have like a million, right?
1,065,000.
Yeah, easy for us. Obviously, we can see the cards, but curious. There's the all-in from Ali, and it looks like a call. And Tang grimaces as he sees the bad news. It's ace-4 versus 4s. Still, though, Tang, just a 2-to-1 dog here. It is Ali's tournament life on the line.
Now it's time. Get him! Get him!
Oh.
Damn.
There's an ace, I believe. Yep. Ace 8-5.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm. Is this still okay to do it?
I wouldn't Hadouken him anymore.
All right. Okay.
Deuce.
Deuce would be sweet.
Backdoor choppy.
All right.
I'm okay with that.
Me too.
Ali looking for the 4.
GG, man.
Does not come. And a huge pot over to Tang. He is our chip leader now with nearly 4 million chips. And Ali Surovich eliminated in 4th place. He'll earn himself $160,000. Add another 96 points to his PokerGo Tour point lead. Continues to pad that lead as he is in 1st place. As we look at our GG Poker payouts, the remaining 3 players guaranteed $208,000 now. $432,000 up top. What a final table it has been. And it's all coming down to this. 3 players remain. Danny Tang, our chip leader with nearly 4 million chips.
Okay, I got 2.9. You got
1.2 and some change.
And that last hand prior to Ali's bust, he may be kicking himself about as he walks away and hops in the next event. We'll never know.
2.8.
I love when we reach the podium, Tuck. You know, we're talking serious money. More than $200,000 for 3rd. More than $430,000 for 1st. You got the gold. You got the silver. You got the bronze.
Yeah, Kuhn obviously an underdog to win this, but what a 48 hours it's been for him. He finished in 3rd place in the 50K short deck yesterday. He's going to take home at least $208,000 today. Stepped on a needle in his hotel room. It's been an eventful couple of days for him, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to need to take a look at that video that he made of the foot. In fact, I'm going to text him right now. I'd like to get my eyes on that, Tuck.
Yeah, I'm squeamish, so don't share it to me. I don't need to see that.
Yeah, I just think I have to see it. You know, you hear that story, understand what happened throughout the night. I need to get my eyes on this needle, Tuck.
185.
Not qualified.
Sneaky little check back on the flop with top pair in the gutter. Turns into trips. No action for our chip leader, Tang. The Tanginator.
The Tanginator, indeed. He is he's on fire right now. Again, he came into this final table as the chip leader. He relinquished that lead a couple of times. Seems like everybody at one point was the chip leader. Tang just sticking around, picking his spots, and he's up to 4 million chips. That man right there, Jason Kuhn, looking for the title. He's on 15 bigs. Tang picks up King Jack suited.
2 and some change, right?
1.12. No.
Pretty accurate.
$160.
Gersha gets rid of it. Gersha once again came in as the short stack, so great performance from him as well. He's on 2.8 million. Another one for Tang.
How good that app is, right? You know, the Triton app.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's sick, right?
They have live updates for every person's chip stack in real time, so you can just like.
Really?
Yeah. It's sick.
They have a guy standing at the back just with an iPad.
Yeah, it's unreal.
That's sick.
It's like taking private jet, and now we're back to like business class, you know.
Yeah. That's really sick.
And that is really special, what Triton has done. I don't know if you guys had a chance to check out the website when the Triton series was running, but everything is real-time stack updates, charts, scenarios. I mean, it's just the real deal what Triton does when they do rarely run their events. First time in, I believe, it was over 30 months. This series happened in Northern Cyprus.
Yeah, you got to tip your hat to them. You know, they have they've done a great job in a very short time. I had the pleasure of being in Montenegro with them a few years ago. Commentated on many short deck events over about 13 days in a beautiful, beautiful location in Montenegro. And
520.
nothing but good things to say about the Triton Series.
Man, you had a shitty hand. You had such a bad hand right there.
Because I wanted to make sure that goes back in the box.
No, I just saw it in your face. You had a really bad hand. I'm guessing you had like ace 6 offsuit.
King 6 very close. King 12.
Nah, I think it was offsuit ace. You see it in your eyes.
Maybe.
Spooky, isn't it? Kuhn was pretty dialed into that hand. He's been messing with Tang a little bit. He says ridiculous things to him to try and make him a believer in the nonsense that he's putting out there, but it was spot on with that holding.
Yeah. I'm going to go on the record and say I appreciate Kuhn and his stories. Makes our job a lot easier when they're talking on the table, that's for sure. Players are going to be going on a break pretty shortly.
We're even. Okay.
Gersha
three-handed meat
raising after the limp in from Tang. Takes that one down. Gersha on 2.7 million.
Playing the blinds.
Kuhn, our short stack.
Okay. Eight, 30, 9, 20. 920 total.
Kuhn gave him the count, 920,000 total. You do the math and you realize just not very deep at all at this point. Gersh limps. Kuhn's got an ace.
920. I raise.
And he puts it all in, and Gersh is going to let that one go.
Very honest. Raise.
Once again, thanks for joining us here. 2022 Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. We are three-handed in event number 3, the 25K No Limit Hold'em.
Probably our last hand before we take another break.
Kuhn on a cool 1 million chips. Blinds right now, 40,000, 80,000. So that's just 12 and a half big blinds.
I think Kuhn getting the price with just queen high, hoping to limp in C3. A little
roughly,
posturing,
still
counting out
1 million, right?
the mustard
I think, is what I
prior
got.
to flicking in the call. Tang,
All in.
all in, no problem.
Yeah.
Ever a doubt.
I bet you had a hand you weren't supposed to go all in with. I bet it was suited.
Excuse me.
He's just right again.
Yeah, he was right on the suited thing. It's scary and it's uncanny. And we'll be back with more. Jason Kuhn firmly in third place with just under 1 million chips. Danny Tang, though, pacing the field. The Tanginator looking for the title and looking for the $432,000 first place prize. We'll be back in 10 minutes with more action from Northern Cyprus.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivy
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace-7? Does Ace-7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a. It's going to be really hard to get away. Let's hear what Nick has to say.
Well, so far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip 9s?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip 9s are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivy has 9s full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, 7s, all the 9s full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had 1 heart. There might not be enough. Ivy also has bigger flushes. Petrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Petrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
They're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivy's very capable. King of Hearts, Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know. 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Petrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here. Probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivy takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing. So let's see.
It's 135 total. Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me?
My hand out on this 30? Yeah, the rest of my
Pietrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks
done,
well
done,
invested there.
Pietrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
Back at the outer this, Bodziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Mikita has bet 125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Mikita will be okay to just check back here and try to hit, occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close. Definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Mikita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Mikita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Mikita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Mikita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Well, conversely, might he think that if...
We are here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. The 25K No Limit Hold'em is down to 3 players. We are live from Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. David Tuckman, Brent Hanks calling the action. And it is the Tanganator Show. That's right. Danny Tang, our chip leader with 4.4 million. Marius Gersha on 2.6 million. Jason Kuhn, our short stack, but still in there somehow, some way. Kuhn always seems to get the job done. 3rd place yesterday in the short deck, and he is guaranteed 3rd place or better here in event number 3, 25K No Limit Hold'em. The 50K PLO has just begun. Turnout seems to be pretty good, especially considering the weather in northern Cyprus.
Kuhn's been here a million times in his career. You know, yeah, we're short stack, but the volatility, the chaos that will happen at a final table, it is just, it could be a matter of moments before you're able to spin it up to the chip lead.
Yeah, we've seen that all day. This gentleman right here, Marius Gersha, was our short stack at the start of play today. And he has been the chip leader at times. He's not the chip leader right now, but he's solid on 2.7 million. Blinds are up, by the way. I believe they're 50,000, 100,000 now.
Oh, thank you.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. I want to thank all of you for joining us, whether you're here on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, the luxonpay channel, or on our PokerGo YouTube channel. And if you are joining us on the PokerGo channel, we are paying attention to the chat. We see you. Snapper Jackson.
Still
Chivalry.
maybe, you know, he could just be like, man, okay, so I'm not getting walked.
I see a premium from Tang here. Ace-king suited.
Here. Hopefully I just can somehow make this man fold.
If you have stumbled upon this stream, our hope is that you subscribe to the PokerGo channel. Just do it right now. Click that little button. Give us a thumbs up. Jack 10-3. Not much there for Kuhn.
All in?
All in here from Tang and an all out from Kuhn. Kuhn now down to 700,000 chips, so just 7 big blinds.
It just feels like I don't get third today. I can't explain it. Last few tournaments, I've had all the chips, and I've like gotten 5th and 3rd and 5th. But today, it's like I have none of the chips, and I just feel like somehow I get 2nd or something. Maybe it's just there's no pressure because I have no chips. You know?
Like, yeah, free rolling, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm expected to get 3rd.
There you go.
Mr. Third place, Jason Kuhn, right?
They have made it extremely easy on me in a lot of situations, I guess. The guy I fold had bad cards.
Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000
Yeah,
big
bro, I
blind
need you to
ante.
root for me, okay? Enough rooting for Danny. You gotta root for me, man.
PVP 質疑冇理由推鳩佢㗎嘛？我有啊。
Could this be it? No, man. It can't.
So 4-3 suited. Not good enough for Kuhn to stick it in there. Oh, boy.
Yes, call.
Nah, I cannot.
Very close spot here.
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Yeah, the problem, of course.
Oh, my God.
is-
Give me that hand so I can shove it.
Yeah, the problem here is there's a $112,000 pay difference between 2nd and 3rd. And Kuhn is really
He's got
short.
Kuhn so short. Yeah.
So Tang can put a lot of pressure on Gersha's stack, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know, bro. It's looking pretty grim here. Should have shoved 4-3 suited. Been in great shape against your 5s. $550, Danny.
Oh.
Oh,
wow.
whoa. Oh,
My goodness.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
There's ICM considerations, and then there's, well, I've got kings, so throw him out the door. Kuhn got an easy decision. King Jack versus Kings, and look at Tang. Oops.
This is sick. What is it, like 15% of the time I get second? I love it. Yeah, baby, short deck.
Deuce.
We've got it at 9% of the time, but still. This is a 5 million chip pot, and there's a king, the case king.
That's like kind of an improvement.
Backdoor hearts here. Jack of hearts for Tang. Not dead.
No. Yeah.
Ooh, nope. Over.
Oh, hello. Oh, no, it's full house. There you go. Saw the heart, but saw the board pair. And Gersha is going to double up to 5.1 million. Tang down to 2.5. Jason Kuhn still on fumes.
2,440,000.
A whole lot of millions, man.
No, I had the boat on the turn.
I got 450,000. Yeah, he's
I
dead.
didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see the boat? You thought you were sweating?
400 and what?
Kuhn with just 450,000.
And that's going to take a chunk out of Danny Tang. You can see now our new chip leader, Gersh.
Aye. They got overcall there, like not
50
crazy,
big blinds, more than 5 million
overcall
chips,
there was, like,
63% to be exact.
Has to be a suited ace. I think.
In firm control at the moment. And Kuhn gonna need to spin it up in a hurry.
Still make people fold. Maybe not the opener.
How much do you have now?
2.3 maybe. Near enough 2.3. 2.4.
All in.
All in.
Crazy, bro.
That is frustrating.
Gersh all in.
Or, excuse me.
Gersh takes it. Playing the big stack, playing aggressive. It all works out until one of your opponents picks up pocket kings. Still, though, that man comfortably in second place. Jason Kuhn in third right now. Kuhn with just 4 big blinds.
Understanding he
Is this
might
it?
not have a lot of fold equity here as well. Yeah, he's just going to pass.
I mean, he doesn't need much. I mean, he's looking for what? Any picture card?
Yeah, I mean, you know, King 6, King 7, probably going to get it in there. Queen 8, Queen 9, going to get it in there.
Yeah.
Any of
9,
these
7,
two
he's
hands
gonna
dealt
pass.
to the other players. Yeah.
I mean, there's still always a chance. I mean, we had an all in there. Like you said, I mean, there was a 15% chance that he ekes into second place. That's $112,000.
Could you beat 9-7 offsuit? Maybe not.
You guys can check out PokerGO Hold'em. It's free. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Did I mention it's free? That's right. You can download it on the App Store, Google Pay, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
Bro, I have the fucking literal nut low suited. I call. It's
2-3
fucking
suited.
nut
There we
low.
go. Okay, committed, has to go with it.
Yeah, well, he's got live cards. And I mean, he's got 38% equity.
I mean,
The
what
3
the
deuce.
fuck, dude? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. That would go really well for all of us.
700,000 in the pot. Kuhn looking to get lucky here and double up.
Yeah, maybe I'll make a flush.
Ooh.
What does this mean?
7, you're dead.
Yeah. But I've got the 4, and the 2 and the 3. It's an improvement. Maybe like I can
all
turn
the
a club
real
too.
cards.
Yeah.
Or a 7.
Give him a club for a sweat. No.
This is sick.
Queen
10
of
high is gonna
diamonds.
stack me.
10 high looks like it's going to stack him.
They get the call.
Coon looking for a 4, 3, or a deuce.
Oh! Let's go. You guys are in trouble, baby. I got like 7 big blinds now.
You have exactly 7 big blinds. You are right. And Coon is a pro. Look, he started taking off the mic, and he knows exactly how to play this.
Sure does. Little duck on the pond. Mallard, baby, for Coon. West Virginia native, now living in Las Vegas. Father,
I wonder
husband.
if I'm supposed to fold that.
One of the game's best
World Series of
ambassadors.
Poker bracelet
Every
winner.
suited hand, but I'm not sure. Maybe I fold.
不過咁樣仲差咯，不如再燒下我。
We head into
The
our
deuce
fifth
is
hour
loose.
of poker. The deuce is loose. That deuce on the river, and Jason Coon is still here. And, I mean, they're joking about it.
2 to 1
He's got
7.
7 big blinds in it, but we've seen crazy.
A suited hand. Whatever.
I mean, keep in mind, only about 80 big blinds in play. Tang's going to get a walk.
I mean, I'll keep taking the worst hands all day as long as I'm just still in the tournament.
Of course.
Yeah. like it's actually been a fine distribution. I just had shitty cards every hand, and then I get aces.
And the one time Kuhn was, where Gers attempted to bluff Kuhn called correctly. So we have seen his skill set and his abilities on display despite this awful distribution. 7-5 off now.
7-5 off I had. Oh, shit.
Yeah, in fairness, though, I mean, yeah, like you said,
7-5 off.
there are a lot of things when you're at the poker table you're not in control of.
How much you got now?
And card distribution
Big
is
money,
one of
bro.
them, but Kuhn has played very,
50
very
total,
well.
I think. I will fold.
Blinds
2, 3,
come
4,
around
8,
fast and furious, and he is down to 5.5 big blinds.
More fold equity, that's good.
Yes.
Tang's got the ace. Ace 9.
Yeah. Dancing with the devil, bro.
Tang raising. Kuhn picks up king,
Another
queen.
good.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going to dance here.
He knows he can just have the best hand a lot of the times as well. Clearly good enough to get it all in. Here we go, Kuhn.
I think I'm in front of your range. I hope you have a Broadway
Definitely
hand.
ahead of the range. King, queen, ace 9. Tang about a 3-2 favorite to eliminate Jason Kuhn here. This pot is 1.25 million. If Kuhn can win this one, he's back in business.
It gets real if I double here.
True story. Super High Roller Series. We're down to 3 players, but could we be heads up?
Oh, I swore I saw a red king back there, bro.
Jack.
Maybe. Yes, Jack. Jack is correct.
Yeah, 9 for Tang actually gives Kuhn more outs. Catch a king, a queen, or a jack. Any paint does it.
All right.
GG. Good luck.
Game, man.
But that is not going to do it. GG indeed. Jason Kuhn gone in 3rd place. Another score.
Frustrating for Kuhn, but another top 3 finish, $200,000 payday. And we're heads up, Tuck, just like that.
Yeah, it took us 2 hours to lose 1 player. It took us 3 hours to lose 7 more, and we are heads up. The Tanginator looking for the title.
Yeah, of course.
And what a story. Gersha came in as the the shortest stack, and he is now the chip leader. We are heads up. Here, in event number 3 of the Super High Roller Series. Going to go on a short break. Take a look at our GG Poker payouts. Jason Kuhn takes home $208,000 and $432,000 up top. Back in 10.
Poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonemo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet, yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game. But to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Mikita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense. It's like throw out 15K, that'd be sick. Yeah, 15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So, what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more, it's up to you.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Yeah, he's a nice Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
is the next to break.
It
is the next to break. Okay. In the event that we break
It's against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this freaking flop.
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun here. Kind of repping the pair. He can have some of the stuff like this, but does have some big pairs here, given this line. And
Wow.
In she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now? Oh.
It's a great hand. We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end
the turn
for Mikita,
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Mikita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ellie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's a very
pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me. 60? Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ali, I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. So none of that matters. You either got it, or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes a lot of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? sixes or sevens. You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time
Sure,
extension.
why not? So, get on in. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. I don't have. Just a no. Jack, no. Budnikovsky, good player. Good player. If you bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know, I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use two of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
Sevens or sixes? Fours? Find out.
6.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah,
a
Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-bet to
Yeah.
14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the seven's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million
You
times.
do Snapchat.
Not really.
Aged deeply or aged?
Yeah.
I was told I was too old for it.
Nah. Not too old.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stories too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What do they have
don't.
in the market? Run of the market? Nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we choke with. Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
What's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But, yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who
Yeah, it's
has
for
no
home.
add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this
No, Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh,
Rick.
yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this is an
saving
awful
grace,
card for
perhaps.
Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we...
Welcome back. We are here at the 2022 Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. We're live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Event number 3, the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em, is down to just 2. That's right, we are heads up. Looked like it might take a while for us to get here. Didn't lose a player for the first couple of hours, but then they started falling. And here's a look at our Merit Poker payout board. Jason Kuhn, our latest elimination. He took home $208,000. Ali Observich earned himself $160,000 for his fourth place efforts. Some great folds, some amazing calls at this final table. And it is all coming down to these two. Marius Gersha with 5.1 million chips on the right side of your screen. The Tanginator, Danny Tang on the left side of your screen. They're playing for $112,000 and the title, the trophy. And as we look at this GG Poker payouts, $432,000 for the winner of this heads-up battle. Heads up.
200.
For all of it. Trophy on the bottom left corner of your screen. That's what they're playing for too. The title, the money. Cool $112,000 separating these two. Gersha raising to 200,000. Tang calling. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000. Always interesting to see how players kind of navigate the early portions of a heads-up battle where kind of feeling out each other, see where they're at. Both players with a jack. Gersha pairs is 3. He's way ahead right now. What a final table this has been. I want to thank you all for joining us for the ride. Surzat Husu was our min casher. He was the final table bubble boy. Finished in 10th place. Timothy Adams was 11th. Phil Ivey 12th. Stephen Chidwick 13th. But this final table has really been amazing. Just a show. Gersha with the check mark. He's up to 5.4 million. Not a big pop, but everyone helps. A little bit more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage. As Danny Tang looks over at his chips. He was the chip leader, was trying to exert as much ICM pressure on his opponents, on that particular opponent as he could. Got really unlucky as he had King Jack and walked into Gersha's kings. Case King on the flop. Pretty unlucky. David Zuckman, Brent Hanks calling the action. It's 2 clout.
Nope. You know, with the big
channeling
blind
his
to Tuck.
Say it again, buddy.
Worth pointing out. So with the big blind ante in play. And oh my gosh!
Yeah, quads are good.
Huey, Dewey, Louie, Uncle Fooey, every single duck on the pond.
Yeah, I mean, a 9 or an 8 on the turn, and this could have been over, in theory. But Queen of Diamonds should save Tang. Not much there for him. Maybe he puts a little bit of a Little chirp out there to see if he can steal the pot, but this one's probably over right now. What were you saying about the big blind ante?
Well, oftentimes what you're going to see is a high percentage of the time. I'm talking 95+%. Any two cards you are dealt, you should either be calling at a minimum, perhaps raising, but rarely, if ever, folding. The price is just simply too good.
Yeah, you and I have talked about this on other broadcasts. I mean, if you're on the button, and the button is the small blind when you're heads up, you just can't really fold anything. I mean, you're in position and you're getting 5-1. So 7 deuce off suit, yeah, you got to kind of limp in. I mean, maybe you want to raise with that hand and see if you can take it down, but you're just getting too good a price to just fold. There's a trophy. It's a good-looking one for sure. The Merit Poker High Roller Series trophy. Try to get your hands on one of those. And, of course, the $432,000 first place prize.
It's the
I was
block
saying
of
it's too
platinum there that someone's going to take home. Speaking of platinum, how about Jeff Platt has joined us here on our YouTube channel. Rise and shine. Good morning, Jeffrey.
So have we gotten confirmation? Has he just been sleeping in all week, or is he in Florida playing poker?
I believe he's here in Las Vegas still playing poker. Never ended up going to Florida. So who knows what he's doing? You know, he gets out to those nightclubs and dating.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big part of his life, let's face it.
I mean, he's an award winner now. He's a coveted man. I get it.
Well, he's essentially a celebrity.
Yeah. Check. Good morning to you. It's 2 Clout. Channeling his inner Scotty Wynn. We were referencing him earlier. Jason Kuhn was. Said, great poker, baby. What more can you ask for? That's certainly true. And we have seen some amazing poker today. That's for sure.
It's like 3-0, 4-0 to you, right?
I quad on the deuce.
Really?
Yeah, 3 deuce off.
Wow.
Running hot.
It's a good time to run hot as well.
Yeah.
Is there ever a bad time to run hot?
Well, I mean, there's better and worse. I mean, day 1 of the World Series of Poker main event, level 1, level 2. Is that really the time you want to run hot? I mean, it's not bad.
I mean, why not?
Say.
Run hot at any. I'm trying to figure out a bad time to run hot. Maybe there are other times and places where you would prefer to run a little hotter than others, like in heads-up poker.
Interesting dynamic here. Danny Tane came into this final table. So a cool 5 hours ago when we started this final table. He came in as the chip leader. And then on the other side of the table, Marius Gersha, was our short stack. So polar opposites as they come into the final table. And here they are, heads up. And it is Gersha who's our chip leader with just under a 3-1 chip advantage.
That's amazing, right? Anything can happen. You give yourself the opportunity at a final table, make great decisions along the way, let the poker gods bless you, and you can find yourself heads up for a title.
I'm betting a call there. Pot is 700,000. King High still good here. Jeff Platt
nice
firing
call
shots.
By King High.
Says you haven't run hot since 2012. Ouch.
Well, you know, he's not exactly wrong. Not really out there swinging these days, but seems like the times I do, we get it in, way ahead, and go home with the tail between our legs.
Hey, in fairness, you had a pretty good run at a high roller series a little while ago, didn't you?
A lot of people remember when I final tabled 2 events in the 2017 U.S. Poker Open, calling it one of the greatest poker achievements in modern history.
5-0.
Tang pointing out it is now 5-0. They've had 5 heads-up hands, and every single one has gone to the Tanginator's opponent, Gersha.
Like 1.6? 1.7?
Yep. 1.7.
Okay, thank you.
More than a 3-1 chip advantage for that man. Oh, and he just continues.
Now he's about to go 6-0 here, Tuck.
Yeah, did he just laugh? Looking down at these huge hands.
And just limps in, too. Sets the trap. Will Tang unleash the fury with Jack-10 off and walk right into it?
No, he's going to call. Very, very happy to see a flop with Jack-10 off suit. Pot is 300,000. Tang's got a chance here. He's got the overs. He's got the gut shot to the nuts. Gersha's going to bet 200,000.
For Tang. Absolutely not going to be done with the hand, Tuck, as you pointed out. A couple overs. A 9 gives us the Stony Baloney. And in theory, this would be a turn card that I believe a lot of players would be leading. Whether you
I was going to ask you about that.
Sort of equity. It allows you to keep your bluffs in play as well as your sort of nutted hands, if you will. Any 8, any 6, any 7, any draw. And now he's essentially just done. I don't think Tang can really continue. Obviously, if he were to rip it in here, he'd be repping a 7.
And he does let it go. And that was a spot earlier on. You pointed it out. Andras Nemeth let out. Now, he happened to have trip 10s there, but you pointed out all the other hands that he could be leading out on.
And he is handcuffed, right? It does make a difference how deep you are. The shallower you get, the more difficult it becomes to take those sorts of lines.
Mansour White points out to think Gersha was a club away from being eliminated just 2 hours ago. True story. He had ace-jack on a jack-high board. It was all clubs. Jason Kuhn had the ace of clubs. Jason Kuhn hits a club there, and Gersha is out. Instead, Gersha's jack's held.
Yep.
And here we have it. He's got 6.3 million chips.
All in.
All in.
There's the all-in. Tang just wondering, forget about winning the tournament. Can I win one hand heads up?
I've done nothing. Nothing.
Nah.
320K.
There's a little of that Turkish tea for Gersha.
320K is pretty sweet.
Sucking it down. I wonder how strong, how potent that caffeine level is in the Turkish tea. I could use some.
Well, I'm assuming you have an assistant at home, right? I can do that for you?
Yeah. Yeah, I have an assistant, all right.
You should be very jealous, by the way. My wife came home with Dunkin' Donuts. That's right.
Oh, come on. You woke up to Dunkin' Donuts?
Well, I didn't wake up. I woke up 6 hours ago, but I just got a Dunkin' Donut, which was nice. It's a nice little pick-me-up during that break. A little pep in my step.
I had a bowl of cereal this morning, bowl of life, which is very ironic, really, for me.
I want to thank our sponsor, luxonpay. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Heads up in event 3. Both these players guaranteed over $300,000, but they are playing for $112,000 and that beautiful trophy.
Finally, Tang with the goods. Yes, they're getting a fine price with the deuce 4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, heads up. If you're getting a price like that, I don't know how you can fold. And sure enough, Gersha does make the call. Pot's $500,000. And this looks like the first hand that might go Tang's way. And not only will it go his way, but he should get some action, too.
One would certainly think so. We got the backdoor hearts going our way for Gersha. We are, in fact, deep. We can peel and take one off. This sort of texture for Tang. A big hand, I would come with big sizing as well. Looks like he'll do exactly that, half the pot.
There's the call. Those yellow chips are $25K each. Red ones are $100. Gersha checks.
Unlikely. Yeah, unlikely we'd be worried about a hand like Queen Jack. I think 2 Broadway cards was just simply all in pre-flop. So we can remove Queen Jack. What we're worried about is specifically 9-10 at the moment if we're Tang. That is the only hand really that we can see that would be beating us. Other than that, I think we need to, again, deny equity, try and get max value. He goes for it. $1 million.
Yeah, and when you say worried, Brent, I mean, you've got ace-king, you've only got 1 million chips, you've got 10 big blinds.
Right.
Yeah, you might be concerned, but who cares? You're going with it anyway. You're not folding the ace-king ever in that spot.
Exactly right. Jeff, I'm uncertain what you're talking about in the chat. I've had 10 a day. 10 a day what are you referring to? Cups of coffee?
Oh.
Not far from
True
the
story.
truth. I think I've had 5
That seems about right.
thus far. Yeah.
I've only had 3, but they were doubles, so.
Yeah. Big cup of Joe.
$10-4-4. Don't know what Gersha's other card is, but if it's not a deuce, he's in the lead.
100.
And Gersha's going to bet 100,000 into 300 after Tang checks, and Tang's going to give that one up.
I love it when he smiles. I can see.
Want to play some PokerGO? Hold'em? That's right. You can get in the action for free. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. My co-commentator's voice, he's calling the action in that, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. And either way, if you don't like his voice, then mute it. If you do like his voice, hey, great.
You know, wasn't a great FT, you know.
It's about the only thing I'm doing in that game is I've busted my account. I don't have any more chips to put in play.
I think there is definitely better ones, for sure.
In a 25K for sure.
Cove. Check.
Queen high flop here. Gersha's king high is best. He's got a gut shot as well. More than a 3-to-1 chip advantage for Gersha. Tang's going to take a shot at it. Don't think this is going to work, though.
175.
You'd certainly want to have better hands to bet with. We do have some backdoor types of cards and tickets working for us. Any middling 5, 6, 7, 8, obviously being pairs for the 8s and 6s. 10 is, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's...
Check.
I mean, obviously we can see that if Tang puts some pressure on Gersha, he's likely to fold, but Gersha's going to have a lot of 10s here, even ace highs.
He's 10 heavy, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's unlikely that Tang would have bet a 10 on the flop and then barreling twice. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is unlikely, and he's going to come with it again. This actually could work considering the sort of hand that Gersha has, just king high
300.
with a gut shot, but really doesn't make a ton of sense. Gersha, you can see him sort of soaking it in, thinking, well, what exactly did you limp with and continue to bet with? It can't be a 10.
Look at this. It looks like he's going to make this call. Wow. This pot now, 1.25 million. River's a blank.
Check.
Does Tang have one more in him?
If he empties the clip here, that is awfully heroic. And I'll be really curious to see if Gersha can come with a call with just king high.
Nope, he says you got it.
9, that's annoying hand. Very annoying hand. I had air and I completely unblocked your drawers. I probably should have went for it.
Tang down to 1.3 million, Gersha up to 6.8 million. You do the math and you figure out there's 8.1 million in play. The Tanginator, an uphill battle now. We have a star-studded chat. Not only is Jeff Platt in there, Donnie Peters is in there.
Got a lot of blue wrenches in the chat box here on YouTube.
And if you are just joining us here on the PokerGO YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. We are so close to the 250,000 subscriber mark, and it would be great to hit it this week.
All in.
All in.
Gersha all in. Tang shakes his head. He can't call. Thank you for the kind words, Sujay. Appreciate that. Just getting word, Brent, that when this ends, there will not be any bonus coverage today. We'll be back at it tomorrow, though, 7 a.m. Eastern time.
I mean, super handcuff.
All right, so if you do want to follow along with the 50K pot limit Omaha, I'm going to put the link in the chat. This is our live reporting page, pgt.com. Click on live reporting, and again, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat with you folks. And you can catch up with all of the action on day one. As Tuck mentioned, we're going to come back tomorrow with the final table. 4 cards
7 a.m. Eastern time. I like that. 4 cards and a dream. I know what my day's planned now. I got the Masters and I got PLO coverage all day long. Tang wins a small one.
Uh-oh. Level up. Now I'm gonna double and double. Easier.
So blind should be 60,000, 120,000 now. Again, levels are 40 minutes long.
All in.
All in.
Tang with less than 10 big blinds now.
125.
Tanger.
Pardon me, yeah.
In the
Blinds are
danger zone.
50,000, 125.
You expected that. You expected that. You would have been shocked if it was the other way around. All in.
All in.
When I think about this final table, as we watch this heads-up battle unfold in front of us, I go back to that just amazing fold from zero, human zero, and then just maybe 20 minutes after that, a great call by Jason Kuhn. Just some really, really good poker on display today. Not to mention the creative three bets from Ali with the queen three of hearts.
All in.
All in.
Could get a call here.
King 8 is very, very close. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there's the call. And we got a flip for the tournament right now. Tang's going to have to win a couple of these flips to get back in it. But King 8 versus 3s, it's a fair fight.
King 8.
Pot just under 2.5 million
冇
chips.
三啦，好冇？最緊要冇三，好冇？黑但係冇三都冇。No off。
Well, not much of a fight anymore. Tang hits an 8. And Gersha now looking for a 3 to end this. One card to fade if you're Tang. And he does just that. Sit back down, Danny. You're still here. You're going to count that one out.
Gangster.
Tang, yeah, he'll be back up to 2.5 million.
Tankster.
Yeah, now, you know, we're talking about just about a 2-to-1 chip advantage for that man.
1-1-7.
Yeah, and he's got a little flexibility, a little depth to the stack.
1-1-75.
You're in for a fair fight now, heads up. There you go, 20 bigs.
Thank you.
For Danny Tang. And he's one more double up away from having the outright chip lead.
2 hands away from winning the darn thing. I mean, he's practically a favorite now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right? I mean, that math works out for me, right?
I think so, yeah.
He's a favorite just like Tiger's a favorite today, okay? I don't want to hear anything different.
Tiger off to a pretty decent start, I believe. I saw he was 1 under early. I mean, he clearly can't win the Masters, but he can have a solid Sunday wearing that red.
250.
And I take it all back. He is now 2 over par on the day.
It's a tough course. Tang raises. Marius Gersha folds, and we continue on. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, for the 4-card magic that is Pot Limit Omaha. That tournament was slated to be a $25,000 buy-in event. It is now a $50,000 buy-in event.
I'll give you a little update on that 50K PLO. Up to 32 entrants. Current chip leader is Manuel Stojanovic. Dylan Weissman, who we talked about earlier, flew out there strictly for the PLO events. He is second in chips. Elas Parsonen, another PLO expert, third in chips. Tomas Ribeiro, fourth. And rounding out the top 5, Stephen Chidwick is there.
You know, Hanks, people know you. They know your prowess when it comes to sports betting. What kind of odds would you give me on Dylan Weissman making the final table?
Oh, he's a huge favorite, perhaps the #1 PLO player firing these events, considered to be elite worldwide. I mean, with that stack, second in chips right now, he's probably minus 200.
Minus 200?
Just a huge
registration.
favorite, Tuck.
Registration is not even closed yet.
Yeah, the guy's that good, man.
That's amazing. Wow.
125.
Momentum factor, clearly a thing. Every single final table, 2022 of the PLO variety, he's been there. It's like Jason Mercier back in his heyday. If he entered the tournament, he was like minus 200 to final table, no matter the field size. Just a favorite to get there.
Yeah, there certainly was a time that seemed to be the case with Jason.
It was Ali Imshurovich in all of 2021. He had, I don't know how many final tables, 16, maybe more. Just expects to be there and makes it happen time and time again.
It's always strange when you watch players who are just on fire like that. Because, I mean, obviously, from a rational point of view, the cards have no memory. But that confidence just seems to carry over from tournament to tournament. Whether it, be PLO or No Limit Hold'em or whatever game you're playing, we have seen these kind of runs in the past. It's just amazing, that confidence and what it turns into.
$250?
250.
Marius Gersha came into this final table as a short stack. He's going to raise here with a massive chip lead, heads up.
Call.
Tang calls. And Gersha out flops him, 6-high flop.
That little gutter ball for Tang. Obviously, we can use the king as an out. Not a total disaster. Still 25%, even when up against top pair.
325.
325.
All in?
All in.
A bet from Tang and all in from
Really?
Gersha, and we continue on.
Really?
Gersha with top pair. Says, you got me, but I'm
Really?
sticking it all in there. And Gersha back up to 6.3 million. Tang back down below 2 million. And Hanks, I'm going to tell you, I have been thoroughly entertained for the last 5.5 hours with poker, but nothing has been more entertaining than the background right behind you in this short little screen that nobody else can see, but I can. I see a crawling baby, which I'm quite enjoying.
That would be my crawling 1-year-old.
Too close.
That is Johnny.
Looks like the camera's
Happy
Just
birthday,
scooting
Johnny.
around. He knows I'm in here, yeah. 1 year and 1 day old. My poor
He's
wife
over the hill. What's he
chasing him
doing with his
around like
life?
Crazy.
7 deuce again?
He's going to have his
Alright.
first beer today. Masters
King
Sunday.
high again?
It's about time.
He's earned it.
Cigar later afterwards?
I think so. A little victory cigar, as long as he's been betting on the Masters. So if Scheffler wins, he's going to collect his winnings and then
nice.
Have a little smoke.
Tang trying to figure out what he can do here to get himself back in the tournament. He knows he's just a couple of hands away, but he's got to find him, and Marius just not giving him an inch.
Gears has just been all over him. I mean, Tang fought so hard to get that double up, and he is just right back to where he was on the outside of the danger zone.
King high flop here. Yeah, as you mentioned, Tang now back to about 11.5 big blinds. Gersha has definitely run well here, heads up. But he's also winning a lot of these pots where neither of them have anything.
He's really been putting on a clinic. Small balling Tang to death. Little jabs left and right. Able to maintain that chip lead while continuing to dwindle Danny Tang's stack. And you can see him. He's texting for help. Anything, please.
Asking for a lifeline. Tanginator has done a great job getting here. 64 entries. We're down to our final two. One of these two players will take home $432,000 and that trophy. The loser, a nice consolation prize, $330,000.
I'd love to be the loser.
Hold on.
Taking home $330,000. Sign me up, Tuck. All day.
Yeah. Some would say, I would not agree, by the way, but some would say that you are the loser.
They're clearly not wrong.
Brent Hanks, folks. He's here every Saturday and apparently Sundays.
Apparently every day. I think we're locked in for a number of days, right?
Yeah,
you and I
we're
are
going to
doing
be
all
here.
the prelims, and then we got Platt coming in there. Of course, Jeff Platt comes in for the main event, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the main, right? Yeah.
Lungo.
He's famous
Took him
now.
about 2 months to work out that contract, you know. Every main event he's got to be a part of. If he wasn't doing the play-by-play, he'd find his way over to Cyprus so he could be the sideline reporter.
Yeah, asking people to stand up once again. Gersha picks up ace-queen. Tang with 8-7. Yeah, that'll be April 13th, 14th, and 15th. You don't want to miss a minute of that. That's a $250K super high roller bowl here in Northern Cyprus. And we'll have all the action for you here on our the PokerGO YouTube channel. There's the ace. There's a queen.
Just smashing it.
Yeah.
He's got the ace of hearts as well.
I mean, we've seen about, I don't know, 24 heads-up hands, maybe somewhere in that range. He's had queens, top two with ace-queen. He's flopped quads once.
Oh, nice.
I promise you, heads-up poker is not this easy.
You better kill me this
He is
level,
making
man.
it look simple today.
Yeah. And taking nothing away from Gersha, he's played really well. It's not just a matter of him running well, but he's running well and playing well.
I top two again.
Top two?
Ace queen, yeah.
Jesus. Yep. When you're running that hot and you're not killing me, man, you need.
Slowly grinding. Nuts. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
And Tang on just about 10 big blinds right now.
Maybe
with
I
Queen
jinxed
10.
All in.
All in.
There's the all-in. 7-6 suited, a nice hand, but not sure you want to call off that. Well, maybe you do.
1.3.
I have to fold, but it's a beautiful
Certainly
hand.
is a pretty hand. It's just 7 high after all. I think he's going to give it up.
Yeah, heads up with this card distribution. It's going to be tough for Tang. He's still there, though. Things can change at any moment.
Yeah. Just gamble call, let me double up, and then grind me back down.
Kelly Allen, though, pointing out that Gersha did just call down with King 9 on 2 streets, so.
Yeah,
that was
good shout there.
Beautiful stuff by Gersha. That was high level.
I think he correctly saw
He knew
what you
King High
saw.
was
That it was
good.
just
He didn't give it
unlikely.
one
Yeah, it
button.
was just unlikely for his opponent to have a 10. And that was really the only hand that he'd be double barreling for value.
Ooh, this
I got
is
1.3
trouble
back.
right here. Ace high,
Yeah, this
ace
is.
deuce for Tang.
I'm all in.
Are you? Go on.
Yep, there you go. Ace deuce versus ace king for all of it.
That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
Marius Gersha possibly 5 cards away from winning this title.
3, 4, 8. Okay.
That seems fair.
No king. At least no king. That's okay.
Well, there's
That's
no
pretty
king
good.
out there, and Tang's got the only
Oh, that's
spade in
pretty
his
good.
hand.
There's
An above-average flop for ace
出嚟行，
deuce.
我哋就係靠一隻大碟，公車公樓。哎呀，OK，that's all right，all right。I'm not
Tang's
greedy.
picked up
Chop
some
it
chop outs as well
Chop it
now.
up. Okay, chop it up.
Outs are on the top of your screen for Tang. Again, there are some chop outs as well.
大
The
碟。
river.
係呀。
The 10 of
Okay, man.
clubs.
Okay, man.
And that's it, Brent.
Gersha locks it up. Came in as the short stack, and he's going to go out on top with the title and the trophy. Extremely impressive performance.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just an incredible performance from Marius Gersha. Our event number 3, the 25K No Limit Hold'em winner. You know, taking nothing away from Tanganator. Danny Tang wins second place, earns himself over $300,000. But what a performance. I mean, this was a very, very difficult final table. And to come in as the short stack and leave as the winner, so impressive for Marius Gersha. Once again, we're going to be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time for event number 4, the 50K PLO. For Brent Hanks, for everybody here at PokerGO, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.